Jean Ortonfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
You're on? And my camera decided to finally pick up. I'm not quite sure why it's always so slow. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem. Announcement-wise, we don't have a lot. We just really like you to join our Discord because we have cookies. Literally.
You can't lie. That's false advertising.
I mean, your browser has cookies, right?
Well, we have cookies. We're not giving them away, but we have.
We're not giving you
well said.
Cake
Well
is a
said.
lie.
Well said. Yeah, we have an amazing Discord where you can hang out, chill out with us. You can show pictures of your pets, your food if you want to. Should probably change that channel to like Instagram. But yeah, we have a lot of cool stuff going on. A lot of community activity and it's cool people hanging out, chilling.
Talk about D&D, and we sometimes have games nights occasionally when I can organize them.
Yeah, I'm keen for a games night. I've never been along.
Yeah, they're super fun.
Do it on another day than Wednesday.
Yeah, talk shit, complain about life as well, which is always really fun. If you need
Yes.
someone to like listen to your day and like vent with you, there's always someone there to like hang out with and chill with, and really fun if you need, if you just need someone to talk to, just need advice, general life advice or D&D advice, give you advice on like how to DM and how to play your characters and all that kind of stuff, where there's always someone there to bounce ideas off. So
Yes. And thank you for the gifted sub that just came through. I think that was Rabbit again.
Oh, Rabbit.
Hey,
My neck. I kinked my neck today. I can't really see.
Oh, you gave it to the doc too. That's awesome.
He's gonna love that.
He's gonna love that.
thank you.
Yeah, we have a great Discord, as some of you probably already have realized. And yeah, we just would like you to help us grow it. It's like a plant. It needs love and water. Follow us, I guess. Anyway, that's the only announcement I have today, unless I have forgotten something. If not, U4 has a few seconds to remind me. No?
Not that I can think of.
Nope, that's all good. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than Hawaiian pizzas, you come to the right place. Let's get into it. First, I'm going to put a little bit of music on here.
Don't know what we're grooving to, but let's groove.
Something a little less techno maybe this time.
It's like incredibly scary and screams, and we're sitting there like, yeah.
You will never know.
Soundtrack to the Nine Hells, and we're just like,
I just put on the Wiggles, that's all. It goes with anything. Anyway, so last session, we were still on the boat on the way back from Okrolan to Kronos, and most of it seemed to be rather ordinary. It seemed to be very chill. But then things begin to go a little bit awry because there seemed to be a little bit of a miscommunication about who should have the pieces of the Dreamweaver and who should use it and not use it. And there was some verbal miscommunication, maybe on purpose, not on purpose, about certain things. But worst of all probably was that it seemed like Sean had made a new friend. He made a deal with something inside the Dreamweaver. And now he has a new arm. A crystal arm. Nice colored blue. But not entirely under his control, as you soon learn to realize. And as you went to bed, you also realized that this individual inside your head had momentarily, as far as you know at least, pushed your wife out of the picture. And that is where we'll start today's episode. The following morning, after everyone had a interesting sleep, some of you more than others.
do we know how many days of this journey we have left?
You will arrive during this day.
Oh, fantastic.
We have to roll.
No, not for today. You are out of the problematic area, if you can say it like that. For now.
Anyway, we'll get up and do as normal. It's a normal day. I'm going to check in with all of the passengers on the ship.
Yep. No problem. All the passengers know you by fake name now. And they are more than happy to see you. And some of them, they sit down and have a little chat with you. And if there's anything specifically you want to talk to them about, you can definitely do that. If there's anyone specifically that you do want to actually talk about or talk with, you can definitely do that too. There's plenty of people to pick from. If not, everything seems to be quiet. Nothing seems to have gone awry overnight. Yes.
Jean probably wouldn't. You know what? I think Jean would have woken up and stayed in his room. Probably been late to setting up breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
But he would have just sat up on the edge of his bed and just been staring at his arm and just... The hell do you want?
You do not get a response at this time.
Made a deal with me. And you... I don't know what you did to my wife. But if you've hurt whatever remains of her, I promise you this. I will come after you. And I will tear whatever you are from the existence of this plane and send you to the worst that exists. And then I'll have breakfast eventually.
No response.
Mr. John, the passengers are worried about breakfast, and Brenda's down there serving. Not very.
Olga?
Olga, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry. It was bad night's sleep, I think. Yeah. I'll get ready now. I'll be down in a bit. Just if you could let everyone know, breakfast will be running a little bit late this morning.
Breakfast is already running. Shall I tell them that it's cancelled and gonna?
Well, just let them know so they don't sit there wondering what happened. Just tell them breakfast will be about an hour late today. If people don't want, I mean, they don't have to.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you. Get ready. Off I go.
So Celeste will be, obviously, she doesn't, unless anyone rouses her, she usually is not seen before midday. But when she wakes up, she is going to cast Sending.
Okay.
And she's going to be sitting on the end of her bed, kind of thumbing through a very old notebook, or scrapbook that she has. Alexander, how are you? Farm life treating you well, I hope. If you're up for a change of scenery, come and see me.
It doesn't take very long for you to get a response. Oh, hey, yeah. Did you know how much cake they eat here? Anyway, I'll never mind. And you feel something on your shoulder, and you can see him sitting on your shoulder and just eating a piece of cake.
Where did you get that cake from?
It's Tam's got a new hobby.
Oh, so he's a baker now.
I think he likes to impress the girls with his baking skills at the moment. You'd like a piece?
Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you.
It's
Kind
like
of
a
lean over
carrot
and give
cake.
him a little nudge, like a little bop on his head.
Oh,
So how is everything where you are?
Well, it's good. I think that's the base of it. Of course, Tam's missing his father, obviously, and his mother is a little bit more frail than she used to. But She's still healthy. Everyone's healthy. Everyone's good. I think Tam's brother actually managed to help them rebuild the city after some not burned some of it down. But anyway, I think they're all good. I think I think they're good. I I've never really lost anyone myself. The closest was probably losing you, but I didn't even know you. But I mean, I think he's gonna be okay.
That's good. What exactly has he got you doing now that he's not, I suppose there aren't too many people that are facing catastrophic injuries where he is.
He's mostly just helping with the farm at the moment. His brother's helping a bit too, and I think he's just reconnecting with a lot of old people that he used to know from living there. And most of the jobs that I do is like sometimes I'm a scarecrow. I'm not
Do you
really a
enjoy that
farmer.
line of work?
No, but I don't want to tell him. I don't want to make him upset.
That's what I thought. I was wondering, do you think Tam would mind terribly if I borrowed you for a day?
I'm sure you wouldn't. I'll just not ask him.
That was
Like I
my
used to.
thinking. Yes, that was my thinking as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'd love to. Wait, where are we?
Somewhere between the kingdom and Ogrelan currently.
Oh, never heard of it.
No, it's very far north is where we're coming from. We found our way there. It's a long story. Found our way there in search of a leprechaun that had come from home.
Oh, that asshole. Yeah, that's the one. That's the guy I came here for.
Yeah, so he was the one. Yes, he was the one that closed the doors.
So you got him.
I don't have him. Ingue has him, which is troubling.
Oh, I just meant like you like.
No, well, just against my better judgment, we struck a bargain with him.
Oh.
I know,
okay.
I know. But for all we know, he is currently trapped inside an amulet, and he cannot leave until we have made the decision to return him to the Feywild to face judgment.
Right. I feel like that's ironic that he would end up not getting captured to get captured. So I guess it's okay.
Well, I have been adamant against actually going to see him, but I don't think that my ground is going to hold beneath me much longer. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Why do you want to talk to him?
I don't really want to talk to him. I've got really nothing to say to him. But I think there are people in this group who want to talk to him.
Okay.
And it would be good to check in on him to make sure that he is where he is. And that he's staying put and he hasn't been up to any mischief.
Right. I mean, as far as I know, he's made an enemy of every single important person he's ever been allied to. So I'm not quite sure if it's smart to be too close to him. But if you think so, you're smarter than I am. Like, I'm a fucking familiar right now because I'm an idiot. But if you do, be careful about promising him anything, I guess.
Oh yes, I completely agree. Which is why I would rather not exchange words with him at all.
Right.
And just leave him in there until we return to the Feywild, then take him back to
Oh, you're coming
farther.
home? You coming home?
Well, not now. We still got to figure out how to get past the Sumerian wards.
Right. Did you figure out what he wants?
Baal?
No, Vartex.
Oh yeah, sorry, Vartex. There's too many names.
They're same size too.
Yeah, well, just about. Well, he wanted to be returned. He wanted to put an end to the tomfoolery, I suppose. And he'd been chased from one end of the plane to the other. That's what he told us, anyway. He wanted to return, face judgment for what he'd done, which I know sounds ridiculous, but...
I mean, wow, that sounds strange. I don't know what to say. I just be careful. He's very dangerous, obviously.
I think that when you live that long, a creature as old as Vartex. I feel as though at some point life's got to lose meaning. There's got to be some point where you've done everything that you wanted to do, and as you know, life never truly ends. You just return, to the fabric of time and space and then get incarnated into something else. So perhaps that's what he's looking for. Another chance.
I don't really... Yeah, I don't know. This is all kind of new to me. Like, it's the first time I've been out of my home, really, and I end up here.
Stuck on a farm.
Oh, the farm work's not too bad, actually. I learned a lot of things about crops.
Right.
And cake. Mostly cake.
Well, that's good for you.
I like chocolate cake. That's a new one.
Oh, yes, chocolate cake. Haven't had that in a very long time.
I'll try to get you some next time.
Well, if you're up for a change of scenery, a little adventure, I do have a favour that I would like to ask you.
Okay.
It may be nothing. Maybe absolutely nothing, and I'm reading far too much into dreams. But last night I had a dream about someone that I know to be dead.
Oh. Okay.
I saw it with my own eyes. Yet in the dream, they were alive and they were reaching for me.
Okay.
And then when I woke up, I remembered that this person, they had a pact, I believe.
A pact?
With, I think so. And he explained the details to me at some point. That it was after death they would be forever in service. And I thought it was some sort of metaphor. Then
What?
I thought perhaps it's more literal than that. My dream. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
I was wondering if you knew what they looked like. Would you be able to find them?
It's a little trickier than that, I think. I can definitely try if you give me an area or some general directions too, but the world's a big place. I
I think I know where they might be if they're going to be anywhere.
Okay. Oh, well, we can definitely try. I don't mind trying. Of course.
She's going to take out a piece of paper, piece of parchment, get a pen, and then she's going to draw the coastline and pinpoint roughly the exact location of where that ship went down.
Right.
Then she'll draw a little circle there. Go. It'll either be here, where I left him, or, and then she'll draw a long kind of squiggly line, and then come up a little bit, and then draw a circle around Crackball. Potentially here.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely do that. It's gonna take a little while though, because I can jump to you and I can jump to him, but yeah. Sure, I can do that. Do you know?
Actually,
Yeah.
one more, and then she'll draw another line and kind of try and remember where that island is, with that volcano.
The island with the volcano. So you're talking about Dragonthon?
Yes.
Yes. You definitely remember where that is. You don't have to worry about that part.
Okay.
Right.
He might also be here. I know I'm casting a very wide net, but...
No, that's exciting. I've never been to any of these places.
Well, I think the first place to look would be this location here. There's nothing really marking it. But the first place would be around here.
Right.
If he's dead, then he will be bottom of the ocean, most likely. So it would be very easy to check. But on the off chance that something's happened.
How long ago was this?
Oh, okay, roughly 65 to 70 years ago.
Okay. Do you think his body would still be there?
Well, that's what I'm thinking. If it's not there, and there's just like skeletons or something, then,
Right.
And that's all the information I have on the whereabouts of this particular person. But it was so vivid in my dreams. I saw them die. So in my heart, I know that this person is dead.
Right.
There's a chance.
Anything for you, sis.
I really appreciate that, Alexander.
Of course, of course. It might take a little while though, like I said, but I'll try to message you when I go to one of the locations. At least to give you an update. What should I wear for this? Yes! He snaps his fingers and he's wearing like a little fedora and he has a little whip in his side and he has like a little khaki and a leather jacket almost like. Alright, this would probably be better, I think. Because then I'm an investigator now instead of a farmer.
Yes, it really suits you, but if you can, try not to be seen.
Oh, yeah, I can just turn myself invisible, but at least I know I look cool.
And you do look very good.
Thank you. That's so cool. Yeah, I'll probably go and check it out. I mean, I have one question. Do you know how long we've been away from the Feywild, like in their time? I've lost
Me or
complete
you?
track. Well, me, I guess.
Well, how long before you met me did you come here?
Like 2 days.
Okay, so like 2 months. Is that right? I don't know.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. About 2 months.
Whew, time flies, eh? Okay. I'll go check it out. You can count on me.
She'll kiss her 2 fingers and then place them against his forehead.
We'll just-
Godspeed, friend.
Wiggle a little bit, and then...
I forgot to show him the photo. Fuck.
I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Sorry.
I was gonna do something cool, but you interrupted.
Sorry. And then she'll flip open the page and show him the old sketched portrait that she has. She'll go, now, he may look different. It has been a while. And he was a human.
So maybe draw a mustache on him?
Or potentially. Or, line. I'm just thinking, if he made that pact with that thing, does that give him immortality? I don't know. He could look 100 years old for a human. Or he could look the same as this portrait. I know, I'm giving you nothing to go on. It's just breadcrumbs, but it could be something to keep you occupied while, instead of standing in a field scaring away pigeons.
Yes. Yeah, no, I get it. Do you have a name?
Yes, Rin.
Rin?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I will see what I can do.
And if we could just keep it just between us.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm sure that Tam doesn't even know I'm gone yet. Like, he's too busy, like, there's both Rosita and then there's Anita? Yeah, I can't really figure it out anymore. There's so many girls in this little farm village that I can't even keep up.
Well, I'm sure if he's keeping his time occupied, you should too.
Well, he's definitely keeping his hands full. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and see what I can do. I want to go right now. I'll
Right.
Yes.
Right, well, I really appreciate your help.
Of course. I'm just happy you asked me for once instead of. I've just been keeping my distance since. Yeah,
Alright, well, have fun.
Thanks. And he turns invisible, and he flies straight through your window. And smash it.
Are you alright?
He's gone.
Right. And then she'll get herself organised and tuck the piece of the Dreamweaver that she has into the small of her back. And
Sure.
then make her way up. Yes.
No worries. No problem. What about Drekik?
Drekik is gaping at the view because this is now a completely different country than what he's used to.
Yeah, it's starting to turn over now to the other side of it. You're starting to see snow underneath. And you can kind of make out what does appear to be a bit of a darkish ruin not so far away from Crackwall, which could or could not be a cursed city. You can see that Kronos itself is also coming closer. And most of what you're over now is still winter, and it is starting to snow. It's starting to catch up slightly. It's not snowing heavily, but it is starting to land and stay a little bit on the ship itself.
Ingue? Is Ingue around? Can I see Ingue? Is Ingue on deck?
He's probably running around between all these people, so he probably would be on the deck at the moment.
Ingue! I think we're bringing the weather with us.
The weather? I'm going to use my boots to find out what the weather's going to be today.
It is going to be slightly snowing, and it will continue to do so for a few months, having a few breaks in between.
Drek, this is a thing in this part of the world called winter, and you know what you're going to be really excited about? It's like after winter, spring comes, and I know you probably have spring where you're from, but like everything melts and it gets really muddy, so it goes from being like white to like brown.
This is winter?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so warm.
And then in the summer, everything turns golden.
Golden?
Yeah,
in summer?
Yeah, like
The
like
snow
gold
turns
grows-
to gold?
I think it grows on trees.
Is that why she has gold in her pockets all the time, and she was running out up there because she didn't have access to her gold down here?
Maybe. I'm not sure if the gold is the same as the gold that the people like. But anyway, I'm looking forward to it. I've never. I'm like you. I've only ever. I've only ever seen winter.
Oh, really? Well, my neck of the woods is a... If you like snow, it's there all year round.
And you also know that today is the first of Sobranes. That means that it's the first winter's day in King's Helm and in the region of Kingdom of Quell.
So Drekik, we're gonna arrive today, and
Yes.
I'm thinking about doing a message for the golden patrons to like to like announce that they're the gods that people should follow, because you've been a cleric longer than me. What kind of message do we tell people?
Well, I mean, being a cleric is one thing, but normally people kind of come to you or want your services rather than you trying to go and...
Yeah, but how do they know we've arrived in the city if I don't put a big billboard that says life with the golden patrons is wonderful. Go and see their people to find out more.
Is this... Are you talking about handing out the pamphlets as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
How
just
do
had
they
a-
know we've got pamphlets if we don't? I mean,
Look, I'm looking over, and I can see some, houses and things every now and then. What if, and hear me out, those cannons at the back, we stuff the pamphlets in the cannons, and then we just let it rain over the continent.
great idea, except the pamphlets are made out of paper, so we'd need to stop them from burning.
We wet them first.
No. But we could just I suppose if we put a bowl or something and made it fly. I mean, why don't we just throw them off the edge? And I'll throw a handful off the edge.
Oh yeah, we could just throw them off the edge, and then I'll just start throwing them off
But,
the edge.
but wait. I think it's a cool idea. Hang on. Let's go see if Mr. John... Wait, I'm going to put the message in the sky. You go ask Mr. John for like a metal bowl, and we'll put them in that, and that will go on the end so that they don't go on fire. And then we'll fire it, and the metal bowl will go flying with the pamphlets in it.
Good idea. Right. I'll meet you back up here in a second. And I go down to see John.
Killed by a flying ball. Okay, cool.
John.
Before you get down there, how is Olga today?
Better
than usual, worse than usual, about usual?
She seems distracted. She has a back pain. Like she has sore hips and stuff, and you know when you lay down too long, you get like a sore from laying too long. She's complaining about that because she's been sleeping since you saw her last time.
Okay,
but
so
she's better. She's
better,
distracted enough to do her job.
Okay. Drekka comes down as I throw a plate across the room.
John. Bad time?
Bad day. What's up?
I need I need a metal bowl about this big.
Why would I have one of those?
That is an excellent question. We need to stuff the cannons with them so that we can shoot the pamphlets. It makes perfect sense, John. Don't question it.
Sounds dangerous. Sounds like people would get hurt.
No. We're hundreds of feet above the ground. We're not aiming at anyone.
Yeah, but doesn't it just fall once it stops going forward?
But we need it to get the pamphlets out.
Alright, whatever. Today's not a day for me. I don't know where you can get one, but I'm not gonna stop you.
What if I just grab a handful of those and I just point towards a drawer full of spoons?
Sure. Picks up the spoon, stands them to you.
Thanks, John.
John turns back around and picks up the pieces of the plates and continues on in his shitty mood.
You can definitely do that.
While he's gone, I will ritual cast Skyrite.
Yep.
As close to the city as I can, so that we're like in our ship, we're gonna like travel towards it, and it's gonna say, "Golden patrons are cool!" Exclamation mark.
Right.
The chosen ones are coming.
Very well. Very well. Right.
Ingue, I don't have a cannon, a ball of metal, but I have these.
Ooh.
Sure, we can stick them down and
No,
stick the pamphlets on them.
You've missed the point. We're supposed to stop the fire.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Maybe, because when it comes out, there's like fire. You want to stick? You want to attach them to spoons?
Well, I figure if we shove enough spoons down there.
No, hang on. I'm going to get my leather workers tools out, and I'm going to take out the cloak from, you know, those fancy clothes you got us?
Yes.
I'm going to get the cloak off the fancy clothes, and I'm going to, like, make a waddle
Okay.
around the things to stick over the top. And then I'm going to tell Drekkic, see the Skyrite? Aim for the middle of chosen ones.
Aiming for the middle of chosen ones.
So you put that in there and he's shooting. Is that what you're doing? Or you're both firing?
No. So the big cannon,
Mm-hmm.
on the top of the big cannon, like, is a cloak, but I'm going to use my leather working tools to make it like a bowl that's going to have all the pamphlets in it.
Okay.
And then, so hopefully,
We'll shoot the
it'll
bowl.
shoot the leather thing, and the leather thing will make the pamphlets all just go everywhere, and they won't light on fire. That's
Okay.
That's the idea.
No spoons.
Make a general arcana check for Ingue. This is gonna get a little weird.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
I would have returned
Dirty
the spoons on the
20.
way down.
Dirty 20. Right. Yeah, you seem to have done an excellent job, as far as you know. Yeah, that looks ready to go.
Right. You ready, Ingue? Right.
Yeah, go.
Fire in the hole! And I fire.
Right. Make another Arcana check as well. how big
Arcana
you
would be an 8.
Right. Well, this is more like you firing it without it exploding. It's not really that difficult. You've done it a few times now. But hitting the target, you're a little bit off, and you just see... And all these pamphlets just go everywhere in the wind. And it looks like it's probably pretty good. Unfortunately, currently, you're over the water, and you're over mountains. So the general direction of anyone picking these up may be sketchy at best, but if someone were to go up on one of these mountains or into the water in that specific region, they would have surprise.
Oh, I thought we were waiting until we got to the message that was over the city.
I don't think you can put it over the city. That's too far away.
But aren't we
Awesome.
arriving today?
Yes.
Good practice. Let's do it again when we're over the city.
Yeah,
Right.
that's good. Can you make another one of those?
Right.
I need another cloak.
Did you? Oh, your cloak went as well.
Yes.
Okay,
Can I-
so now there is a magic cloak somewhere in the mountain region, or maybe the
Is it
water.
magical?
Yeah.
What was magical about my cloak?
It
Oh, it was the pretty one.
can't break. It changes color and yeah. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yep. The whole outfit was magical. Anyway,
That's right, and I'm wearing the boots, and I'm back in my... Yeah, I'm still wearing the boots, though.
Yeah.
They're the only ones I care about.
Here's a cool magical item. Bye!
Magical cloak flies in the air.
oh well. Maybe you'll be reunited with it one day.
One day.
One day. Sean, in the kitchen, you're cooking. And you feel a little bit cold on your left side. And you can feel a presence, but you cannot see one.
Olga, step outside for a moment.
Alright, I don't like it in here anyway. It's so cramped. It gives me arthritis in the eyes. And she walks out.
Sean's not even, like, amused by that today. What do you want?
I'm still here, Sean. I'm still here.
I saw you leave.
I don't think that thing is strong enough to get rid of me. And I'm also getting stronger.
Gonna turn around. Can I see her at all?
You can't to begin with, but as you look in the direction, you start seeing the outlines of her. I don't know what this thing wants and what you did, but I'm sure we can figure it out.
It said it could bring you back.
Yes. But I'm not quite sure if it's too late for that. I'm not quite sure. I don't know that much about magic, but I know that I feel stronger than I did before.
Well, I made a deal with it, and from what I understand, these sorts of magical creatures, they have to stay true to their word with these deals. It's like they're bound by them or something. It's what the others taught me, I believe. So it will bring you back. or I will have it.
Maybe there's another way. I don't know enough about magic.
Neither did I, but I'm learning, and I will find a way. I promise you that.
Don't worry. I think whatever they did to me is stronger than what this thing can do to me.
I'm
Which,
glad.
in a way, is, I guess, good.
I was pretty worried this morning. And I'll be honest, there's a small part of me that's not entirely sure I'm speaking with you right now. But
Right, yeah, I understand that too.
the advantage is if I am speaking to that thing, at least it knows my intentions. And if it's listening, then it knows then as well.
Right. Well, let's get to it, shall we? And she picks up a knife and she starts cutting like onions and vegetables next to you. And you can see the vegetables are getting cut. The knife is moving. Everything is like she was there, except she's translucent.
Yeah.
And she helps you prepare dinner. Breakfast, I guess. Not dinner, breakfast.
Yeah. I think Jean, for the most part, would just remain silent for the majority of that, just occasionally looking at her.
Right.
Yeah.
She doesn't start a conversation after that. She just shows her presence.
Yeah.
And helps you out. And after
Hey.
a little bit, she eventually would fade away again. But
Yeah.
she would say goodbye. And she would kiss you on your forehead. Tell you not to
Sure.
worry.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's going to grab things, start going out, kick open the door. Olga!
What? I just laid down again.
Yeah, well, it's time to serve up. We're late already.
What time is it? Have I been sleeping the whole time?
I don't know.
What year
Just-
is this?
It's... Here,
Okay,
let's
okay.
go.
Oh, that's good.
Sorry for earlier. My mood's a little better now.
Who are you? Who are you even? Just kidding. You're fine, Sean. Most of the other chefs couldn't keep up with me.
Yep, definitely keeping up with you. All right.
Nice. I'll go this way.
Sean's going to start bringing out to the top, dishing everything out. Mostly quiet.
No worries. For the most part, everyone seems to be fine with the breakfast being a little late. It's hardly like the food they're getting is crap food, so it's worth the wait, obviously.
Woo!
So they're definitely enjoying Sean Ortonfall's special menus.
What's up? Now with a more compatible, more, I don't know, a better assistant cook, I guess, this time around, for the most part.
You have to be pretty shitty as an assistant cook if a ghost is better.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess so.
Yeah.
There you go. It doesn't take too long, an hour, maybe two, before you start getting closer to Kronos and you can start making out buildings and getting close enough to fire potential flyers, if that's what you wanted. And you can see that within maybe 10 minutes, you're probably going to eventually land. And you will be back where you came from. You do notice one thing, that one of the discs aren't spinning anymore. One of the smaller discs of the 8 are standing still.
So approximately, what is the time?
It will be about 10:30.
Okay, so Celeste has just woken up at this point.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess so. Well, all this happened at the same time, so that makes sense too. So,
So she's talking to Alexander. Oh, we're landing.
yep, pretty much.
She'll skip breakfast, make her way up to the kind of pack all of her things up, rather neatly, put everything in a knapsack. Make her way up to the deck. And she looks different now as well than she did last night when she went to bed.
How does she look?
So she's a lot paler now. Her eyes are no longer green. They are kind of like a milky white blue-ish. Kind of like almost like she's lost her vision in a sense. Kind of like that milky kind of aged color. And her hair is kind of a mix between like blonde and like silvery, silvery colors. So she it's kind of like the pigment kind of fell out of her. So everything is a lot paler. She kind of woke up and she's like, her lips are kind of like blue tinged, like she's very cold, and like kind of the tips of her fingers are like blue. So she just looks very, very cold, and like the whole pigment just fell out of her body.
Right. Very well. We'll remember that from now on. Cool.
Are you okay, Miss Celeste?
Very tired. It's very early.
Are you unwell? Do you want? You look a bit sick.
Oh no,
Your hair
no.
color's changed.
Yes, that happens sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine though. I just want to go back to bed. It's very cold up here. Anyway, I'm not talking to you right now.
What's wrong? Did you not
Don't
sleep very well?
Well, no, I didn't sleep very well. But I also had a conversation with Mana last night, and it made me very upset to think that perhaps you had led her up the garden path about something particular that I had done, and I just think I need some time to process what happened.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but okay, sure. If you need some healing, and anyway, it wanders off.
If Jean sees Ingue walking away from drinking that, Ingue, who's that lady you were speaking to?
That's Miss Celeste. I'm not sure. She seems a bit down in the blue, but
I could tell by the magical disguise she's using. Then, yeah, I didn't even recognize her. I thought it was someone else. I
yeah.
wonder why she's disguised herself today.
She said it happens sometimes. It's
Ooh,
not.
Yeah. I guess we've
No.
seen it happen in the cities, right? She changed. She became a god once and things like that.
I don't think that's it. I think it's more like. Actually, I don't know what it's like. It didn't seem like she was. It didn't seem like this, and I will change to be a very pale blue pigment.
I mean,
Nah.
He looks like a Yeti right now.
I see what you mean, but I don't think it was that. I don't think it's this. I think it's. I thought it was someone sick. You know, remember that night that you woke up and you looked like you were sick, and I was really hungover. It feels a bit more like that, except obviously maybe it's an elf thing.
It's like a magical hangover.
Maybe. I don't know. We should. I wanted to ask her, but she was upset with me. Maybe you should ask her later, and I can listen in. Although maybe that's
Fair
what I got
enough.
in trouble for.
I don't know. I'm a little out of it today. All right.
Hey!
You definitely sure that's her?
What? What's that on your? Like, that's so cool. Your arm.
Yeah. Didn't. Sorry, I thought you saw it last night. Was it,
Last night.
yeah. The day prior? I don't know. I swear you were in the room when all this went down.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, I had a similar reaction when I woke up this morning. I sort of forgot it was real, almost.
I was a bit distracted.
No, I think we all were.
Yeah. Wow. Is it good for cooking?
Today was the easiest day of them all.
Really?
You know what? I realized over the last couple days, like, while I say I understand circumstantially people have to live with these sorts of things, I would be lying if I didn't say that with my arm, it definitely makes life easier. So, yeah, I won't take it for granted, I guess, anymore. Well, won't take it for crystal anymore. All right.
Well, yeah. The food looks good.
Oh, thanks. Is that Kronos I can see in the distance? Looks like we're getting close.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
Have you still got some pamphlets? I'm all out.
Yeah. Reaches in under his chest plate, pulls out whatever he would have remaining.
Oh, good. I want to
Go
give
nuts.
some out to people as they're leaving.
Sure.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna hang on to like 4 or 5. You take the rest.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, well, I mean, once we get there, we can put the tent up and get some more.
Yeah. Perfect. I'm gonna go introduce myself to Celeste. I don't know how this works. All right. Cool. Hello.
Are you sure you haven't been touched by the gods, Celeste? Are you sure? Your appearance is just so different.
It's just something that happens sometimes, Drekik.
Things happen all the time around here. It's so weird.
Things happen all the time everywhere, Drekik.
Greetings.
Morning,
Hey,
Sean.
hey.
Sorry I missed breakfast this morning. I'm sure it was
No,
lovely.
It's fine. I think if you want, I'm sure there's still a little left over.
I might have a bite or two before we land.
All right.
Although I'm sure that we can go to like a tavern or something when we get down there.
Sure.
Good to get our feet back on. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, not at all. I was just pulling out those little snack things, and I'm like, here you go. I'll pass one to Ingue later. If you want one of those, before I forget.
Thank you.
So I just gotta. You definitely Celeste. Like you. All right.
It's just it's something that happens sometimes when it gets too cold or too hot or somewhere in between.
We were just up in this guy's hometown, and I swear it was colder there. Is it like a delayed reaction?
No, where I'm from, your appearance is determined by the season in which you live. And right now, looks as though this morning, it's quite handy actually to know where you are in the calendar year. But depending on which season you tick over into determines what you look like and sometimes how you act.
Okay. Good to know. Interesting.
So where I lived back home, it was always autumn. And so when you met me, it was also autumn.
Ah. Okay.
Seems as though 'tis the first day of winter.
I mean, like you said, at least it's a good way of keeping track of the days. You're not gonna change colors too, are you, Drekik?
No.
Alright. I don't know.
Celeste will cast Minor Illusion and make his face go bright red as he does that.
No.
Oh. A little bit.
What?
You become
Oh,
reddish.
I've always been white. What?
The flush looks good on you, Drekik. Looks good on your face.
Is there like water or a mirror somewhere I can look at my face?
One of the plates, maybe.
Ah! What happened to my face?
Oh, it's just a trick, Drekik.
Backfired on me.
It's just a
Ugh.
trick.
The trick. Oh, was it you?
Yes.
Does this make you a
Surprise.
prankster now? Is that what this new attitude is?
I think I've always been a little bit of a prankster.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't like putting people's lives in danger. I think that's the difference between Ingue and myself.
I don't like putting people's lives in danger. I mean,
Well, messing with people, I guess, in a sense of... Remember that time with Jean? And you wanted to be his dead son?
That was Drekking's idea.
It was not.
I just like joining in with you all guys.
Yeah, right. I forgot that was something.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was just
Aren't we
sorry.
firing pamphlets over the city now, Ingue?
Was that the plan for this morning?
Well, yes, we're gonna fire some pamphlets out the cannon and spread it around.
Why don't we just drop them over the side?
We did that too.
Like this.
I sort of realized you wanted to use the cannon for that, and then you took a bunch of spoons, and it's only dawning on me now. You didn't fire spoons out the back of the cannon, did you?
I put them back.
Oh, okay.
Ingue wanted
Okay.
a metal bowl, and I found the closest I could, and he said no.
It's okay. I used my cloak.
Fair enough.
Metal balls
Actually-
and cloaks are interchangeable.
We need another cloak so that we can fire it over the city. Because last time we fired it over the ocean.
It worked
Okay.
well.
I know. I can use the sheet off my bed.
Great idea.
Sure.
Okay,
How'd you fire it over the ocean? Like, I know you consider all people, but it doesn't mean that, like, fish can read in that, right?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I thought we were much closer than we were, and then we got
Right.
carried away, and then I said fire, and then it was like fire, and then I realized that actually the city's a lot bigger than I remember, so we weren't as close as.
We just heard that we're landing today and just assumed we were already there.
Fair. Yep.
Oh, that reminds me, I've got to cast that spell again.
Oh, yes, so I have a target. Yes, cool.
Oh, alright.
So is there a specific area of the city you're aiming for with this cannon?
Over the city.
What, is there a
Yeah,
specific area of the city?
No. We generally we want it to go so it spreads as far over we shoot up high so it spreads over, and they could be anywhere in the city. Not like we're not firing at a church. It was like, you're the evil church. We're gonna fire it at you. No.
This is war. We're invading.
Very well. Fire away for, I guess, whoever is shooting with an Arcana check.
Ingue's turn.
14.
Yeah, not too bad. When you see this confetti storm just starts engulfing the whole city, and seems like a really good idea, and you realize that some of these are just going straight into the gears of this city.
Yeah.
But it's just paper, so they just get ripped up. But a lot of them just lands on houses and on the metal ground and such. And yeah, it seems like there's quite a bit of it laying around everywhere now.
And don't forget, there's a big sign that says "Golden patrons are cool. The chosen ones are coming."
But because of the way you put it, it's the wrong way around. Because they're seeing it from the other side now. Unless you specifically didn't do that.
No, I think Inge's smart enough to
Right. So he turns around.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't see what it says. It's just upside down for you guys.
I
so
think
mirror it.
Yeah.
But
Great
no
shot,
problem.
Ingue. You did it.
And as you do that, the captain announces that we are landing. Yep, it's time, everyone. Just get ready, pack your stuff, get off. Please. Fast. We have another bunch of people waiting for us on the other side. And
Wait.
as it starts docking, they start throwing ropes and little, it looks like magnets they're throwing at the city to kind of hold on to where they can attach themselves and such. And they attach themselves to the leap. There's a large tower there, which is the landing. Because the good thing about this part is that even though that disc is spinning, the tower is technically staying in place. It's just turning around. It's not like a whole thing. And you have been docked.
Celeste is going to, like as everyone kind of starts, passengers start disembarking or whatever, she's going to take a quick detour back downstairs to where those lockboxes are, and just see if whoever picked up that one that was in the magical lockbox, just see if it was picked up or not.
The magical one. Also, make a perception check. Just a perception check.
18.
It was cast iron.
Oh, it was
Tiefling.
He was
whatever
the
it was-
scholar, correct?
Yes, he was the historian. And wizard.
Just make a mental note of it.
Yep.
Then get back up. We're back in 2 seconds.
So Ingwe's gonna like say goodbye to everyone as they're like as they're disembarking, and also he would know the address of his house. I think from memory, everyone else was too polite to own the house, so it's Ingwe's house.
Carburetor Street 28.
Yeah, and so Ingwe's going to write on the pamphlets. Come see the chosen ones at Carburetor Street for
Right.
more information. And
No
then,
problem.
but then also like good luck, John, with your hopefully you'll get lots of work swallowing swords and stuff. What
That's
how are
over,
you with
buddy.
it?
I don't want to do it anymore.
Are you staying on the ship?
No, I'm just playing music.
Oh yeah, cool. Oh yeah, awesome. Nice to see you, Cast Iron. Maybe can we come by your place and read some books later? Are you at the city? Is that
Oh,
where you're...
well, I'm heading back to Kingshelm, to the Stonewood Academy, to catch up on my reading. I mean, you're welcome to come and visit me if you want to.
Yeah,
Of course.
sounds good.
I'm a-
did
I'm
you
a
say
s-
King's Helm? Oh yeah, I've been there.
So, yeah, the capital here.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
where I do most of my training. Is there anything specific that you want to come see me about? Just so I can...
Oh no, you just had lots of books, and I learned to read the other day, and I really like stories, so I thought I'd like to come and read. Do you have like story books, or do you have like
It's not so much storybooks as it is arcane books of certain nature.
About
But
magic?
I mean, we do have a
Yeah.
little bit. We have a library where there is some fiction books and some...
Oh no, not fiction. I like
No?
real stories. Not
Right.
No, like I want to hear about the stories of different people that are real. I'm not interested in made up stories. Well, no, made up stories kind of interesting because you like have morals and stuff. Anyway,
Right.
maybe we can come and hang at your place and read some stories.
Well, you're more than welcome to. You can always send me a message or a call for me at the Stonewall Academy. That's all good. My name is Carstein Chimera, and I am a wizard of the 6th Circle. If you do require any information to find me.
Yeah, that sounds good. And you've got my take one of my pamphlets, and there's my address. I'm sure like every time we go to a new city, we like maybe we'll pick up another house and stuff. Yeah. Anyway,
Right. He
do you have
takes
somewhere to
it,
stay
and then
tonight?
he looks at the other one you gave him earlier, and he just puts them together and puts them in his pocket.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, I'm just heading home. I have my own place.
Yeah, cool. And then to Otto, the auctioneer, he's going to be like, well, like if you're ever looking for any other specific items, like we just finished a job, finding that Dreamcatcher one. If you need to find any other Dreamcatchers or like other things like that, maybe you can hire us. We're pretty good at finding things.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm sure it can be arranged. It's not really up to me. It's up to my employer.
Yeah, who's your employer again?
Oh, his name is the Purveyor.
That's right, the Purveyor. Oh
Yes. So he's a very fine businessman.
yeah. Well, can you put in a good word for me?
Oh, sure, I definitely can. What was your name again? Sorry, Ingue?
VK Incorporated.
Oh, sorry, I heard someone else called you Ingue.
Yeah, that's
Must
my
be
name.
my hearing. Oh,
We're VK's
right.
our group,
Okay,
our
sure.
team.
Of course, of course. Thank you so much for looking out for all of us during this flight. I will say hi if I meet you again, and maybe mention to my manager that you have certain skills that could be required. Definitely.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. And he heads off. And you also see Osiro comes up, and he goes over to you to give you his hand and say thank you, but then he pulls you in for a big hug instead, and he kind of lifts you up slightly. Little man, if you ever need someone to fight by your side, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to fight along you guys.
Oh,
Even that tiny human over there.
yeah, he's pretty cool. Did you see his new arm?
Yes, I did notice that. Quite impressive. You should have used that in a fight. On your back, and he just walks off.
Where do you live? How will I find you?
Oh, we'll probably never meet again. It was mostly a empty gesture. And he just keeps walking.
So much insincerity. Anyway.
One by one, all of them starts debarking. Most of the crew goes off. And you notice a trend. Most of the individuals stepping off this ship starts looking a little green. Because they might have been used to the ship rocking back and forth, but now they are walking around on spinning discs. And you do hear a familiar sound every now and then of gnome throwing up in the corner somewhere. And then you see these little machines and just kind of clean the pavement and then scutters off again. Just be very familiar and reoccurring currents.
Does Speedy stay aboard the ship?
Yes, he stays on board the ship with his first mate. Both of those two are tying the ship down as well as they can. It's chains and ropes, and there's a lot of different things that they do to attach it because the ship also has to be able to turn, which is the tricky part.
Yeah, Jean's gonna offer his hand to help in that circumstance.
And you hear him like, "Oh yeah, sure, we can." Whoa, you weren't kidding. You actually have a hand now.
Yeah, it wasn't
Wow.
meant to be a pun, but I guess unintentionally.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Turns out magic's pretty crazy.
Oh, you're a wizard.
Something like that.
I should have guessed from the beard. I always get it wrong. Anyway, sure,
Yeah.
yeah, go for it. Like, you're like 9 times bigger than me, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Oh, well, and as he grabs the ropes and starts going, I just wanted to thank you again for, allowing us on and giving me the position to work there.
Yeah, of course. Like,
yeah.
I'll be honest, like, this is the best meal I ever had in my life, so you have to come back, okay? Like, I'm offering you, like, a full-time position as a chef on this ship. I don't know about these other weirdos that you brought with you, but you definitely can stay.
Well, I appreciate it, but I have something I need done. But maybe down the line.
Maybe a
don't really
retirement
have
plan.
anything. Sure. I will consider working for you for retirement.
Right. That's great. I love that. Thanks,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Still
Wow.
a fair few years away, though. I still got another 30 years on me.
What?
Probably.
You're... Oh. Sorry, you just look a little older than you are.
I know. All right.
Well, maybe you can fix that too with your magic wizard.
Actually, contemplates. Nah.
You could be the leash chef. That's a cool name.
Tell you
That
what,
is a cool name.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that going for you, and you're on this ship, that becomes a franchise immediately.
Well, if this thing is still floating, and I
course it
am
is.
too in a couple years, then maybe.
But of course it
Maybe.
is. We just need to prepare that mast a little bit. But yeah, no worries, of course.
All right, well, yeah, if you ever need, I don't know if you have any ways of magically speaking to people, or if you have friends who can, just,
I'll find a way if I need to. I can send you a letter.
yeah, sure.
That's what the old people do anyway.
Just keep it simple, Jean. Just address it to Jean. Some reason there's some mix-up when you put an Orsware down.
I see.
Yeah. Otherwise, send it to Mana. Mana might be able to get it to me.
See, this is the problem, right? I don't remember people's last names anyway. So here's the thing.
Perfect.
I always use the postum arcanum.
Yep.
Because then you only have to give them a description of the person and they deliver the damn mail.
Even better.
So
Even
much
better.
easier. I wish we
Perfect.
could do that with food. How about could you make a? You should make a diner that delivers.
Ooh. It's not a bad
Set it up
idea.
right here in Kronos. Like they'll just deliver the food by little drones, drop it off at your doorstep or on the roof, depending on how good they are. You know, it's a franchise again. We should be
That's-
partners. Like 60-40, me and you.
That's actually a really good idea. It's something I've never heard of. That's beyond epic. I would say that's almost Uber.
Well,
Nice.
I'm a small guy with a big fucking head. There you go. That's
Comes in
2
handy, I guess.
franchises in 6 minutes.
All right.
All right. Hit me
Well-
up when you want to be famous.
Perfect. Thank you again.
No worries.
Just gonna like awkwardly finish up the throw thing, and then it's like a weird conversation where he's like, "Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit," but also there's some really good ideas in there. So he's, yeah, walking
Yes.
away. Thanks again.
Bye. And
Oh, hey, Mana.
yes,
We'll,
anyway.
we'll make sure we escort you, to make sure you arrive safely. Remember what happened last time?
Yes.
Anyway,
I have a very good memory. And she walks over next to Sean.
where are the others? Jackie, Celeste, we keep an eye out. Make sure there's no funny business.
That's the
What do you
plan.
consider funny business?
Good point.
Yes.
Okay.
Very well. You eventually all step off onto the leap, as it's called, and you start walking down this tower. It's not as steep as a tower as the one that you're used to now from Ogrelan, which was literally ridiculous. But it doesn't take you long to get to the bottom. So I need you all to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, one more thing. Ingue eats one of the tablets that he got.
Right. You are fine.
Vartex.
Just remember that you've eaten one
Mm-hmm,
for various reasons of wisdom saving throws.
and I will offer them to everyone else.
Right.
Jack, eat this before we get off.
Why?
It'll stop you from getting sick. And John, do you want one?
Oh no, nope. No, thank you. I'm all right.
No. What do you mean sick? I don't get sick.
Well, we've been on a rocking ship, and we're gonna go, and it's gonna move around, and you're not gonna feel good. Eat this.
The city spins here.
No, I think I'm good.
Just note down you've eaten one of them, you have 29 left. She took the whole fucking jar. But who eats them? Just you? Right.
Not
Okay.
me.
Just keeping a note, just in case. Because you also have, like I said, disadvantages on wisdom saving throws. Anyway, the 3 of you needs a Constitution saving throw then.
17.
17, that's great. And Drekik,
16.
fine. Sean,
13.
that's fine too. You can feel it moving around, but you got used to some sort of rocking at least, so you're all right. Yeah, that's not too bad. You're good. And now you are at the base of the tower, And you can see all the individuals on the ship. They've gone off and started to spread out into the city. And there's a few people that falls because there's some really slippery flyers everywhere. And yeah, it's a mess. But some of the cleaning robots are already started to sweep all of it up. And you can see it starting to get a little safer to walk around. You are now faced with an option of where you want to go. So for Drekki's sake, because you haven't been there before, I'll try to describe the city to you as best as possible. You are currently on a disc, and that disc has a tower. Towards the north side, there is a giant triangle, which is technically the ground. On that, there is a giant building, which is known as the Homer Disc Casino, and that is also turning, that triangle. And behind that, there's 3 floating towers. One is the High Council, one is the Kronos Garrison, and one is the Technomancer Institute of Innovation, Discoveries, and Inventions. I have to say the whole fucking thing, didn't I? And on the opposite side of you, towards the south, there's 2 very, very large discs that are both full of markets. There's the platelet markets, and then there's a copper canyon market. And on the other side of that, that's where everyone lives. And on the other side of that again is where there is a tourist entrance to the city via a giant Ferris wheel taking you from the ground and a kilometer or so into the air to put you into tourist hell, where all the neon signs, everyone trying to sell you something, and all that kind of stuff is. But you are for now here at least.
This is crazy.
So I thought the first time we came here as well. It's all
What's
very
that little
overwhelming.
thing? What's that little thing cleaning up stuff?
Some sort of creature.
No, it's not a person.
It's a man-made creature.
Yeah.
I heard someone refer to it like a frog or something. It was like a ribbit or something like that.
Frogs?
They don't even
Not
look
like
like
a frog.
frogs.
I don't. That's why I was confused too.
A ribbit. Yeah, that makes sense. I think. Yeah.
Ribbit.
Frogs known for cleaning up.
I don't know. They just. I don't even know if it was one of those specifically. We walked past last time we were here. I swear I overheard. Maybe I misheard.
Sounds about
Well,
right.
should we make our way to the institute, Mana?
Yes, please. I think it's better that we get this over with as fast as possible before someone else gets new ideas about what to do with this thing.
Let's go.
Yeah, like that guy. The purveyor's looking for it too.
Right.
Uh,
Not sure who that is, but
I suppose
Yeah,
there'd be many people looking for something as powerful as this.
yeah. Otto was looking for it for the purveyor. Yeah. Anyway, we have it, so it's all right.
right. Okay. She leads you to where the casino is and steps onto the triangle-shaped platform, slowly turning. And if you don't make it in time, you have to wait for the next one. No problem, you all get on, and it's a very slow spin, this, because obviously it's a big building and such as well, and people inside would get really dizzy if it was spinning too fast. But eventually you step off onto the Technomancer Institute of Innovations, Discoveries, and Inventions with Mana, and you are met there by Delatunis, the High Artificer, High Senses, as they're called, Luthorian Delatunis, and his assistants. You also have his accountant of sorts, who was the one who gave you all the money for this job, standing next to him in his purple vest with puffy sleeves. He's just looking at you like he's impressed. Well, Luthorian Delatunis welcomes you as you arrive onto the platform. He says, "Thank you very much. I've heard that you have succeeded in your task, even though I didn't think it was possible. Please come. let's sit down, have some tea, and have a conversation about what has transpired.
Thank you.
He leads you into the Institute of Science, where most of what you've seen here so far has been more like open lounges and such. It's not really been like offices or anything like that. It's more like it's like a campus environment where there's a lot of open areas, like auditoriums almost. He does lead you into a smaller room this time, and he leads you into his office. And he sits down at a desk, and there's some chairs set up for each of you, and one next to him for both of his compatriots, both Mana and his accountant, as we call him that. And he says, "Please come in. Please sit down." Were there any complications that I should know about?
Well, and then Ingue goes into like a very detailed story about like, first, we arrived and then we were in the snow and then we were walking through the snow and then like...
Well, I think it's just what they need to know about, right? They don't need to know the entirety of everything that happened.
Oh, I don't mind, but I'm mostly interested in the item and such, of course.
Yeah, well, we found the person who had the item, and we got it back off him. And what was? That's all we wanted, right? Oh, he got rid of the eye. He was the one that did the eye, and he did it as a joke. I think mostly he was using it to play pranks on people. But also,
okay.
You know? Did you know that that you can't get back through the planes? Like are you a wizard?
In a way, you can say that, I guess. Yes, I'm very well aware that the gates have been shut for a while. I'm not quite sure exactly why. We're trying to find theories, of course, but there's a lot of different theories about what actually happened. Interesting about the eye, I think maybe someone pulled a prank on you and told you that he put the eye up there, because I don't know anyone that powerful in magic, but...
well, we watched him get rid of it.
What?
He met us, and we talked to him, and then I think the eye was to get us to go and find him. I think that was the point.
Right, and he looks at Mana, and Mana... She leans in and she whispers into his ear. And he's like, oh, right. Well, that seems very impressive that you got it back then.
Yeah, well, we are the chosen ones. Have you heard about the Golden Patrons?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Here. Here's a pamphlet. It has all the information. They're really cool.
Thank you.
You should follow them.
Right, that'll be interesting. This is not really a place of religion so much as science, but at least I know where all the littering came from.
Littering? No, the pamphlets. Pamphlet. I mean, I suppose we could call them litters if you want.
Right.
Jacket, we've been calling them the wrong thing. They're called litters. Litterings? Oh, it's like litters! Oh, got it. Okay, good.
Right. Oh boy, that's gonna be thousands of gold. Okay, yeah.
You
Okay.
want to tell him Drakic or me?
Tell them about what?
Oh,
I know nothing.
I was just saying, wait, yeah. No, littering is a term used for when people dispose of things and sort of throw...
I rolled a nat 1 on deception, by the way.
Garbage or things that are undesired to most on the streets. Well,
Oh, truly?
in nature. Yep.
Interesting.
Undesirable to most people. Is information undesirable here? This seems like a place where information would be desirable.
Scientific information.
What's the difference?
Oh, we don't focus so much on the the aspect of deities and religions. We focus more on the idea of, how should I say, there's rules to the world. Like you can take this
the
thing
gods
and
made
this
the
thing,
rules.
and then you can make a healing potion, for instance, out of it.
Oh, like
Like
baking.
you can take an axe.
Yeah,
and the
baking is
god
a
of
great
thunder
example,
and make a
actually.
Thunder axe.
Baking is
Yeah.
where you scientifically know that if you put this much sugar in, this much whatever flour and all milk and eggs and stuff, you have to put it into the right order in the right way, or it's gonna mess it up. That's how you bake cakes, and that's how you make bread and all that stuff. That's a scientific approach. That's not what I mean. From our theory, at least, the gods haven't made a cooking recipe for every single thing in the world for us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's just inspiration from the gods. That's all it is.
yes.
Gods send us
yes.
sign, and then we know how to cook. Yeah.
Right.
That analogy, Jean's eyes just went apart. He just like tunnel vision to his
No,
like.
See, Mr. John, it's like, Drekik, he doesn't need the recipe because the god has the recipe, and he just asked the god for the thing. Whereas these dudes, they're selfish and just look after themselves. They don't have anyone else to tell them what the recipe is.
Oh no,
Yeah.
we're not selfish. We just don't rely on anyone
Yeah.
higher than ourselves to protect and to inform. We are individuals who are strong in ourselves. We do not mind people who are religious. It's not like that. But the city itself here is not a place of what should I say? Like, it's not a place of crusaders. It's not a place of religion itself. There's no churches here, for instance.
If you don't mind
No
me,
churches.
if you don't mind
No
me
churches, yeah.
interjecting,
No.
I think it would be good to explain it in a way of advancement. I mean, the gods can give you the foundation.
Yes,
but
I
building
guess.
upon that and creating something new and unthinkable and advancing civilization rather than staying stagnant.
Yes, that is also very true. There's many ways to see it. The gods didn't create your sword, the smithy did. But the idea behind why the sword could be created may come from somewhere else. So in a way, we can agree to disagree a bit. There's some.
But
yes.
can you?
The gods made John's axe.
Okay.
Saying.
So about the Dreamweaver, everything went according to plan. You have the item. Is that correct?
Mana's got it.
Second part of that's true.
So you see her open up her pocket, and she pulls a little pouch out, and then she unfolds it and puts two pieces on the desk.
Ah. That's why. Didn't. And then I'll speak telepathically into Celeste's head, and say, "Oh, sorry, Miss Celeste. Were we supposed to keep the thing from Mana? I gave her my piece. I thought you were going to give her yours too. Sorry about that."
She just looked confused at Ingue as she reaches into the small of her pocket, like in the small of her back, and brings out a third piece and puts it down on the table.
So Mana just slides it across so they're next to each other but not touching. And anyway, you also do notice that Mana didn't take it out of that little interdimensional space that she put it in. She only put the box in there.
Oh, she still had the thing on her. Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Right. Well, this definitely seems like quite a task, but we're going to have to spread these apart. I think different planes would probably work, but it's going to be tricky now. We'll find a way. And he opens 3 little boxes, and he puts each piece in a separate box. And then he places them in his inside the desk. There's a little compartment. Thank you so much for that. I have no idea what would happen if someone actually ended up using these for evil.
Sean
What?
quietly slips his hand behind his back.
He has definitely noticed your arm, but he doesn't seem to take it into account in this conversation.
Wait a second. So, is it an evil thing? Who created it?
Well, sometimes a hammer.
Yes, but who created this thing?
You can take a hammer and you can smash someone's skull in. Or you can take a hammer and you can build someone a roof. Sometimes when things are created, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are neither good or evil. It just means that they can be used for both. And in theory, a tool is only as good as the hand who wields it. And in some cases, that hand is evil. Sometimes that hand is not evil, but good. This individual piece, we're not quite sure who has created. It's definitely a very, very old artifact. But it takes a little while to track these things down to their original creators.
I'm just confused as to why you're not using it.
It's simply too dangerous. If you make a mistake, if you lose concentration, if someone wants something that seems like a good idea at the time but turns out to be an absolute nightmare, it's too much power. It changes the person who wields it.
Seems like a bit of hyperbole from a person that lives in a giant spinning wheel in the sky. Like, that's pretty powerful. Is it magic? Science?
It's a combination. I do not rule this place as my own. I am here to help those who wish other people harm, for instance, that they do not have an easy time of doing so. I am protecting people. I am not using this for anything.
Yeah, like, so I get that there was a problem because, like, random people were dreaming, the Dreamweaver, and then stuff was coming. But if you kept it safe, and like with any tool, like, you don't let children play with knives, but you still use knives to, like...
And you still can accidentally cut yourself, Ingue.
Yeah.
Yes. Also, I don't think that the dreams came from the Dreamweaver. I think the dreams you're referring to were part of the individual and his illusions.
Okay.
All it takes is a brief lapse in judgment. You can write destruction down.
Yeah, just like any other powerful tool.
Yes.
Which is why we should always exercise caution.
Yes.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you would not, like, caution and making stuff disappear. Anyway, I just don't know. There's lots of things I don't understand about this scenario.
Right.
I mean,
well,
I
will
used it.
keep
I
it
used
safe.
it last week, and nothing bad happened to me.
What did you use it for?
I used it to create. When we caught up with Vartex, we had to trap him, put him in a place. In Mana's house. Have you ever been to Mana's house?
I have been over once for supper.
You know how she's got that door up at the top of her stairs with the room?
Not aware, no.
Oh, Mana, tell her about the thing. Anyway, at the top of Mana's stairs, she has a door and it takes you to the room. And then in the room, you can control the space. And then it's like a dream. It's like a dream in there, but you're awake and you control the space. And then you kind of, it's like an interdimensional pocket where you can control everything and create a room. So yeah, I created one of them. So
Impressive. Can I see it?
I just don't see why when you have an item like that, you'd still have a place, like, why you wouldn't just make stuff for people so no one is poor and...
Because the more that you use it, Ingue, the greater chance there is that it will backfire. If you lose concentration for half a second, it could turn on you and create something disastrous.
Can I see the item that you have created? I'm curious, though.
Ooh. Can I, insight check him?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I am concerned, knowing that Vartex is inside, that he would do harm to Vartex.
Right.
Or is generally trying to steal the thing.
Okay.
Rather than... Anyway, it's very insightful.
50% of the time when Jacob rolls a dice, he always starts laughing right immediately after.
9!
Right. You don't think, from what you can gather at least, that he's interested in Bartex at all? You can't gather that he's interested in even the item itself. He's just more curious, maybe, to see an item that has been fabricated out of thin air.
And I'll hand him the item.
Right. So he doesn't take it, but he just looks at it in your hand and is like, oh, that is very interesting.
We did have need to contain him. As you mentioned, he was a very powerful being.
Oh, yes, please do. That's brilliant in a certain sense. Dangerous, but I can see the point. I can see your point, Ingue.
Yeah, anyway. There's so much suffering in this world that just I don't think needs to exist. Anyway.
We had a charity work, Ingue.
We have a soup kitchen.
Yeah.
You make soup in a kitchen? Well, of course you make soup in kitchens.
But then you give it to poor people, Drakik.
Yes, correct. We don't actually have a lot of poor people here, per se. We have people here who are living a little bit lower standard than others, depending on how well they do with their sales of their items and whatever that they work as here. We don't have anyone in this specific city that are actually poor.
This science thing sounds great. If there's no poor people... See, because when you go around the places where the gods are in charge, there's like rich people and poor people, and the people with magic don't use their magic to stop people from being poor.
Well,
You're right in a sense, yes. But they just don't want to live here. It gets very cold in wintertime. And being in the air, this place is going to be freezing very soon, considering this is only the first day of winter. But nonetheless.
Seems pretty warm to me, but...
I can imagine so.
Yeah.
I will take this item and I will make sure that it gets properly disposed of.
Should have probably mentioned as well. This is our friend we picked up along the way.
Oh yeah, I assume so.
Hi,
Hello, nice to
I'm
meet you.
Drakik. I believe in God.
Which one?
The chosen ones, we told you about them.
Look, see, here I am, chosen all the gods. It's me.
Impressive, I guess. Sorry, it's not in my portfolio. I'm not really too much into the religious part. I admire your devotion. I really do.
So good. You say, yep. I'm not trying to convert you or anything, but yep.
No, that's fine. Like, there's plenty of room for you to believe whatever you want to believe.
And same with you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions you have for me?
We'll perhaps have something for you later, which may be of interest.
Oh.
But I think we'll contact you closer to figuring it out.
Right. Well, please do so if you need any assistance. I'm very grateful for your help. You've been, how should I say, essential in achieving this. If it wasn't for you, we don't know what would have happened with this item. At least now we can make it go away.
Well, job well done.
Well
Are we gonna get paid for the job?
You already have been.
Already got paid.
We got paid in
Wasn't that
advance.
for expenses? Didn't we? Or was that advance payment?
That was the payment for the job.
We got everything up front.
But
I
we
didn't
spent
get
all that
paid.
money on doing the job. I'm so confused.
Do I get paid?
No, you. No.
Perhaps Drakik is the payment. I know there's some
Oh,
sort of metaphor
no,
about
no,
friends
The
you-
being
payment
away.
is friendship. Also, get out. I have another meeting.
No,
Yep.
I'd prefer not to be payment. I know what slave labor is, and I am not supportive of that.
Mondrakic.
Oh wait,
Let's go.
just before we leave, you said there's no churches here. Is that because they're not allowed? Is that like the littering thing, where you're not allowed to be a church here, or is it just because people don't want one?
Well, I mean, you would have to get a permit to build something here that's not up to our normal standard. It's not that they're not welcome in that sense, but usually religious people have a tendency to despise too much science around them, as much as some people who are very scientific have a tendency to not be too interested in religion. So it might be a bad place for someone if someone were to try to convert someone else. Also, not all religions uses churches.
So we are, if for example I was to already own a building, and I used it as a church.
Well, you have to get a permit for the use of what that building is if it's not made for sleeping in and living in. But if it's made as a business or a religious church, there is some other things that need to be in check first.
Okay, thanks.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, and good luck wherever you're going now.
Thank you. Is Mana staying when we leave?
Just staying in the office.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye, Mana. It was nice meeting you. Traveling with you. Short
She
period
just
of time.
kind of waves a little bit, but she seems sad.
If you ever need anything, Mana, you just let us know.
Thank you, Sean. I'll let you know if I need you.
Thank you.
Celeste is going to go over to Mana as everyone's leaving and kind of lean down next to her. Just goes, Mana, I do hope that we can put any unpleasantness behind us because I really did value your friendship. And I'm sorry for what it came to in the end.
Starts smiling and she gives you a hug. I understand. I don't have a problem with any of you three. It's just Ingue. I don't really know what to believe right now with him, so just needed to. I need some distance, and then maybe it'll be okay again.
That's what I said this morning.
Right.
2 peas in a pod, Mana. Then she'll kind of grab her hand and hold it between hers and go, well, if we're ever back in Kronos, be sure to come by and say hello. And if you ever to venture out into our neck of the woods, which I don't even know where they are, where they're going to be, well, I'm sure we'll find each other again.
Right. She takes your hand and she places a little item in your palm. And it looks like a little beetle, like a little mechanical. What do you call them? The ones with the big wings.
Arab?
Firefly.
Scarab beetle.
Firefly?
Dragonfly.
Not a dragonfly. Dragonfly. Looks like a little version of a dragonfly. And then she pulls the 2 wings apart and it opens up to be a lock-picking kit. And she closes it again. In case you would ever need it, you never know.
Thank you, Mana, it's beautiful. And Celeste will, like, put it like a hair clip almost, like, in her hair, kind of, like, tangle it up a little bit, put it in there. It's very thoughtful. I'll think of you when I look in the mirror.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Be well,
luck.
Mana.
Keep me updated on what's going on with Vartex. I'm very worried about Ingue running around with him around his neck at the moment.
Don't worry, the thought never leaves my mind.
Thank you.
Sure, I can catch up with it.
You eventually come out from the Institute of Science. What would you like to do now? Or should we have a break first?
Break,
Yeah.
so
Have
I
a break.
can catch
Why
up.
not? Yeah.
I feel like this is the perfect opportunity.
Perfect opportunity for a break. We will have a short break and we'll be back in exactly 13 minutes, plus or take a wee break. So, I'll see you in a
Also
bit.
-1 urination.
It's math at this point.
Yeah.
It's math. All right. See you, everyone. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a Peace of Swords came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the rages all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ortonfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Alright, back again. Hopefully. Yep, there we are. I can see myself. Hi, Mom. Anyway, so you have just left the Institute of Science and you are outside of the Institute of Science in Kronos. What would you like to do from here?
Anyway.
How does it spin?
Oh, that's that's a whole thing. I didn't get it. It's machines. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. You had to go to a place here, didn't you?
Oh yeah, the casino. We saw that on the way. Or is that the casino in... Was it Krakom? Krakom? Yeah.
One.
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta go to the casino.
Should we tidy up that loose end before we head off? Or...
Yeah, good idea. Gotta see the Pixie King.
Oh shit, yeah, that's right. That branches into that whole thing.
Yeah, good idea. And... Oh yeah. And do we know how to get to... Aren't we trying to see your... Anyway, let's go... Shall we go see the Pixie King? And then we'll go back to my place. And then, And we... Do you want to stay here tonight and then head off in the morning? Or...
Well, I figured we better figure out the exact path we want to travel. I've got some suggestions on where to go, where I'd like to go at least. Um, and then
We
sort
need
of
to
go
get
from
back
there.
to King's Helm.
Exactly. Figure out the most direct path. Maybe there's a tavern somewhere around here with a map we can borrow.
Wait, I heard tavern.
Yep.
They have them here?
Yep. Taverns are not exclusive to the north, my friend. You'll find them in most towns.
Yes.
Yep. Get to try all the different kinds of ale from around the world.
Ooh, ale tastes different?
Absolutely. Depends how they flavor it.
Do they have
Does tavern also spin?
Do they have
I
ales
don't
in-
know.
Well, I saw the casino on the way here. Do you want to see if there's ale in the casino?
Most likely will
Oh.
be.
I feel like a tourist today.
I feel like the drunker people are, the more they're willing to throw their money away, so I think it'd be in their best interest to keep as much ale on hand as possible.
Makes sense to me.
Are you saying that when I get drunk, I throw my money?
People are more likely to throw their money away when they're inebriated.
Never had money,
Faculties
so I
are
don't know.
impaired. So is judgment, I found. Right, well, go to the casino, find Ingue's Pixie King, and then figure out the best way to get to King's Helm.
Let's do it.
You alright?
You're not far off, because the triangle-shaped platform that you literally went on to get to where you are now is where the casino is. So all you have to do is just take a few steps onto the next platform. And you're facing a giant building with lots of colored lights shining through the glass domes above it. And you can hear some sort of music coming from there, at least. There's a few guards around that looks like they are those mechanized versions that seem to be patrolling this specific, wouldn't call it spin, but this specific triangle platform outside. And you can see at the door there is two individuals on each side of the main door. One of them is dressed in what looks best described as like a suit, but without the jacket, just with a vest, little pocket watch on a little gold chain, and they have little bowler hats, and they look like there is something poking out behind them from the side, but it doesn't look like they're too fussed. They seem to be just leaning up against the wall and just kind of taking in the environment. One is smoking some kind of weed or something like that. Looks like they definitely have a good time. They're not stressed by their job.
Well, this is it. And hold on to your coin purses.
Music sounds better than on the boat.
True.
Wait, I just realized I can't hear the turning of things as much. Did I lose a little bit of hearing on that boat? No, it's back. Never mind. All right.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Joey?
Is John okay?
It's because the music on the boat was very loud. Got a little bit of tinnitus or whatever it's called.
Oh.
Should we go in and have a look around first, or those guys look like they're waiting? Should we ask them about the Pixie King, or?
Weren't you just supposed to present your token?
Nah, Mana said that it was just like the money that they used there. So she said it wasn't special or anything. It was just the. I think inside we're gonna spend these. Like the money's no good.
Can I spend it on beer?
Don't know. Let's go find out.
Yeah, sure.
So the building itself is a sandstone-colored building that is extremely tall. It looks like it probably should be several different levels, but it's not. It's one level, but it has extremely high ceilings, and as soon as you enter, you realize why. The floor beneath you is made of really well-decorated and hand-carved tiles. All sandstone, but they have all these beautiful patterns. Some of them depict time, and some of them depict money, wealth, happiness, different kinds of images that someone have specifically made for each of these tiles. They get reused a little bit, but it looked very beautiful. There's a path laid across this giant room in front of you with some of the stones that are a different color. So you can kind of see it's like a landing path going that way, but you don't have to go that way. As soon as you go in, the whole building seems to just be like a box. On both sides of you, you have like these arches that kind of have a bit of a separating wall, but you can go between them as much as you want. But they block a little bit of the view. But in the ceiling, you see several different acrobats performing very daring stunts, all above everyone that seems to be playing cards or dice or spinning a little wheel, and you can hear the music and the chatter and the sounds of people winning and losing here and there. It's kind of all mixing together. There's a live band on the stage, and you can hear that from somewhere in the next segment, but this area itself is full of all these tables, and there's individuals at each table that seems to be dressed in white shirts and vests, and they are handing out cards, and they are controlling the game and all that. And halfway through this room itself, there is a bar, a small bar, where you can see an almost like tower of just alcohol just leaning on top of each other. There's no shelves, there is nothing holding it in place, simply just bottles after bottles on top of each other. And there's plenty of people working here, but as you enter, there's also one person that approached you immediately. It seems to be another of these individuals that you saw out front. This is a half-orc woman who has half her hair in a ponytail, and she has one of her tusks is broken, but the other one is in perfect condition. You can see that she also has something sticking out from the back, and she has the same type of pinstripe vest for her with a little watch. And she's not wearing a bowler hat like the others, but she is definitely part of the same security detail. And as you approach you, she says, "Welcome. I don't believe I've seen any of you before. My name is Nora. I'm more than happy to help you with any of your services. There's just one little thing. You need to leave your weapons at the door, if you have any on you."
Weapons at the... Is there like a weapon room?
Yes, we have a locker over here, and if you would just place your items, if you have any of such nature, on the little hole in the grate here, then we will safely keep them until you return to when you want to leave.
You won't mix them up with anyone, will you?
No, we will give you a number that is specifically attached to you.
Oh, okay.
I will keep them separate so yours don't get mixed together.
Can you tell me what the number is when you give it to me?
Yes, of course. I'll give you a number.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Drake, you can put your stuff with my stuff, and then I'll look after... Yeah, I'll hold on to the number for you.
Well,
sure, that
is
works.
up to you, of course. This is more if you want your privacy of your own items, you're more than free to do so. So any knives, any stabs, any bludgeoning weapons, any axes, any things that go boom, anything that can be used to hurt or kill someone within here. I know that that's a very broad term. Don't try to think creatively. If you're in doubt, put it in the box.
What about shields?
Shields as well. They are very good at bashing people, as I've been told.
What about...
Anything sort of combat orientated then?
Yes.
We have to remove armor?
You don't have to remove your armor. That is completely up to you. You can't necessarily hurt someone with your armor, but weapons and such is better off outside of this area. People tend to get very rowdy when they lose, and it's better not to have a blunt object to your right when someone takes your money.
Sure.
Pretty hard to take off John's arm.
Oh, yeah, well, of course, that is a exception.
Thank you.
Oh, arms are exceptions. Good. Worried for a second there.
Appreciate you considering them weapons, Drekik.
Well, I mean, and he just shows claws on his hand.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just don't try anything funny, then we will have to deal with it.
Oh, nope. No funny business here.
Seems reasonable.
So many people don't like comedy around this place.
Shard's gonna go up and one-hand axe, Lysenriol, bundle of arrows, longbow, thunder axe, and I think he's still got it on him from memory. The blunderbuss.
True.
So
Wow. Well, that's interesting. And she closes the box and she gives you a number, and the number is 7. She places it inside the little manhole, and someone takes it and puts it safely into a locker on the other side. And you can see another individual in there wearing similar outfit as well.
Perfect.
You?
Here, Drekik, put your stuff on my shield.
Oh, okay. I'll put my Sky King's Cleaver, Light Hammer, Mace, Shield, and my Shield of Ra. Shields, apparently.
This is like, normally people have a pocket knife. Okay. What?
I pull out my pocket knife and put it on.
Right. So she takes everything and places it in this box, and she does the same thing once again. You get another number as well, and that number is 17.
Yes.
Just keep this number. It's like a little wooden carving as well, where it has a number on it as well. Please bring that back when you are done, and you will be given your items, and we can use that number for someone else afterwards. Yes. And you, young lady?
Out of curiosity, does Celeste still have that soul reaping dagger, or does Jean have that?
He did not place it down, so I'm guessing you do.
No, I think I've got it.
Oh, that's true. Did you put it down?
I think that's the dagger that I've got, isn't it? That's the 6
The Soul
times.
Reaper thing?
Oh, maybe
Yeah.
not.
I was going to say, Jean pretty much had that on him, and I think the only time he's given it to anyone was Celeste to identify it.
Oh, sorry.
So, did you place that dagger down as well? Or did you keep that on you?
If I had it on me, I would have placed it down.
Okay.
But I don't see it in my inventory, so I think I may have left it with Celeste.
Okay.
So
Let's hypothetically say that Celeste has it.
Yeah.
Right. So Celeste will put down 3 normal daggers, a dagger +1, crossbow, a bundle of darts, longbow, bundle of arrows.
You can see her eyes just go like, what the fuck are these people doing here?
You guys ever seen Sinbad Legend of the Seven Seas, the animated film?
Yes.
Just that guy just unloads everything, and as he puts the last thing down, come on, Rat, we're leaving. I just...
I've seen that movie too many times.
My favorite movie.
With the Soul Reaper dagger, if Celeste has it, let's say that she does, just because
Just
she's
scenario?
gonna just for this scenario. She will bundle. So when she's looking through her bag to grab her stuff out, while she's in her bag, she's gonna sneakily like roll it up in like an old tunic or something, and like wrap something around it, and then put it on the tray.
Perfectly fine. There's no problem. She doesn't have an issue with any of the items specifically that you place. You could put whatever you wanted there. She locks it, and she gives it to the individual as well. And you also get a number, which is 8. You get number 8. So each gets a little wooden token, except for Drekik, which is controlled by Ingue, and his way of doing so.
I'm sure that can't end badly.
And after that, she thanks you and she gives you a little flyer where it says, "Oh, there's a bar and there's acrobatics," and it's kind of like it's like an instruction manual to what you can see here and stuff like that. All the different games you can play and how much how much the exchange rate is for gold to this and gold to that and all that kind of stuff. And she says, if you need any money, if you need to change anything into tokens, talk to them at the bar and they'll be more than happy to help you. Anyway, you can use gold in the bar if you want to drink something to drink or something to eat. That's up to you. But if you want to play games, you have to play with tokens.
I already got a token from the Pixie King. Do you know where the Pixie King is?
It's been a while since I heard that name, but yes, I believe he is in actually. Do you want me to contact him?
Oh no, just let me know where he is.
I think he's in his office at the moment, so he normally won't like to be disturbed unless he knows someone's coming. We can tell him though, it's not a problem if you have an appointment or if you wish to talk to him.
I don't have an appointment.
Well, I can make one for you if you want.
Oh yeah? Can you make an appointment?
Yes, we can definitely do that. If you want to, hang around here in these areas here, and I'll go and I will talk to him, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
No problem. Well, have a great afternoon and enjoy whatever you are planning on doing here.
Just where do I get tokens from if I need them?
You buy them from the bar.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have the bar down here, which is called the Cry for Help. If anyone needs anything, just cry for help.
What a strange
See,
name.
there's comedy in here. And she walks off. So the room again is full of all these tables, and there's these acrobats swinging by left and right. It's very Cirque du Soleil. They have safety nets, obviously, for various reasons, but at least for now, you are left to your own devices.
What the Pixie King would look like?
I'm just surprised they just got an office here.
I assume he's like the runner of the area, like of the casino. I would assume.
I guess I just assumed he would have been a much more secretive individual, but I guess if you can just walk in and make an appointment.
The lady did say it's been a while since she's heard the name Pixie King, so perhaps it's one of those double life situations.
Perhaps.
Why would he be hard to find? He told us to come and Mana knew where he was.
Did? Well,
Oh,
Mana
no,
knew
maybe
where
Where
they
the
were.
casino was.
Oh
Yeah.
Good point.
Right, Drefik, let's get you that drink.
Yes. As we're walking to the bar, like, unless you want to do something else.
No, I was just gonna keep an eye out for something.
I was just going to keep an eye out on the tables and see if I can pick up what games they're playing, if I
Well,
recognize any.
I'll let you all make a perception check if you wish to look for that, even if it's more than two people. You can all go for it this time.
Jean is instead looking out for. He wants to see if that individual that freed Ingue and Celeste from their cells, that gave Ingue the token, he wants to see if he can see them anyway. He's keeping an eye open for that.
Right. So you didn't see him.
Yeah, because
but
I
you got
turned
it
into him.
But you got a oh yeah.
I
you
got
did.
a.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, you. Yeah. Yes.
He
yeah.
showed you with his disguise.
the illusion thing. That's right. Yeah.
Right. What is everyone else looking for?
I'm looking for the games to play, specifically the tokens that I have, which I think you said was
It's like 100 gold.
100 gold. I thought you said 500, but yeah, 100 fine. Sure. I want to find people that are using the same number as mine, and I'm going to use just that token.
Right. And Drek?
I'm just looking out for the games and seeing if I can understand any of them.
Right. And Celeste?
Celeste is more looking around at the people, kind of making sure that she doesn't recognize anyone. She's just, looking around, seeing if anyone looks shifty, kind of seeing, counting, how many people are employees here versus how many are patrons. She's just doing a scan of the people, getting a vibe.
All right. Everyone roll.
I rolled already.
Okay. Sean, let's start with you.
13.
13. You do see this individual. He's moving around in the corners up against the wall, and he seems to be nodding to some of the security people as he walks by them. He does seem to have noticed you, but he doesn't seem to go over to you. You can see that he's this kind of well-dressed wolf, humanoid wolf, also vest and stuff, and you can see in his hand he has a bowler hat as well. He's very spot on with the description that you got from Ingue, and he's heading towards the next room after this one, which is also an open room for everyone.
Okay. Sean's gonna... If they catch eyes type thing, he's just gonna do a little one of those sorts of things. And then...
He doesn't react to you doing that, but he does see it, and he just moves on.
And turn to the group. I think that friend of yours, Ingue, that got you out, is up that general direction. Sort of try sly, but also kind of obvious, like I'm straight pointing with my hand type thing. Just not doing one of these type things. But yeah.
I know. All good. Very good. And Celeste, what did you get?
20.
So you were checking out the people and the quantity of guards versus the people here?
Yeah, just to try to get a vibe.
Right. You get the vibe that this is a very well secured place. There's a lot of these security people. Some of them are wearing coats, some of them are not wearing coats. They seem to be very well organized. They don't seem to move away from the spot that they are standing in. And even if people approach them, they will just nod off in the direction that people want to go. They won't even talk to them. They seem almost military-like in the sense of how organized they really are. There's quite a lot of people here who are spending money. There's a lot of people throwing some jetons or some tokens around and playing all these different games. And there isn't anything that specifically stands out to you. There's some people that looks a little bit richer than others. There's also some people who are just going in there, looks like they have like enough money for one of these chips and they're going to try to win a big fortune. Most of the noise comes from the next room, not from this room. This one has a little bit of music seeping through, but the music comes from the next room after this one.
Cool.
And Drekik?
16.
Right. You can see that there's some poker and there's some blackjack. How well you know this game in real life, that is up to you. There's also some spinning wheels, like, what do you call that game?
Roulette?
Roulette, yes, roulette. So there's roulette and stuff like that. It's also a normal kind of game. There's also craps tables and such. It's a whole mix. Anything you can dream of in a casino, it's in there. And you can also hear spinning from the next room.
Interesting.
And Ingue, what did you get?
I rolled 22.
Right.
Probably with your description too, though, I would have gone into the next room as
Right.
part of my wander. Like, I'm trying to wander and I want to find out where the right place is for my token. So if there's like copper piece gambling tables and then gold gambling tables and then like I know in a casino there's different like areas. I'm looking for the 100 gold area.
Right. You definitely do find that in the next section. There is 2 large spinning wheels on the left side of the next room, which also have a giant pool in the middle where people are sitting in the pool ordering drinks from another bar and playing games on a table in the pool. There's a lot of music in here because there's also a small stage which has been elevated up almost so you would think that if you went up the stairs, this would be the second level of a house. But again, it's just a really fucking tall building. So there's a little balcony where there's a band playing and there's this redhead elf singing some beautiful tunes, some kind of nice vibes. And there's some plants in here and there, and there's the spinning wheels on the, like I said, the left side. On the right side, you have these weird machines where you can like pull a thing and put a chip in, and then you can maybe win some stuff. And yeah, you get the point.
Do I get the idea that 100 gold is a lot of the chip that I have is a lot of money or not a lot of money?
It is not a lot of money. Most of the individuals who spend money in here seems to be spending thousands, or at least several hundreds as a minimum. There are some who do go over to the wheel and then they just give that one poker chip, same size as yours, and they get a spin, and then they have a chance to win something. That's it.
I go over to the big wheel and put my one.
Right. Roll a d20 for me.
Roll a 1.
1. Unfortunately, of all the options, you land on the only one that says sorry.
You
did
give
not
them money now.
win anything this time, but here is a free token for a drink at the bar. This is so classic. Anyway, that unfortunately happens, and you can see that the individual with the wheel is like, oh, I haven't seen that happen in a while. Anyway, I'm sorry about that.
Is it obvious from the game that there is heaps of options? Like, there's heaps of things? Is it like
every single other part of that wheel has something on it?
And they're all like things, like...
It just has like a symbol or something. It doesn't have
yeah.
you're winning a car or something like
Yeah.
that. But there is definitely something there. And it seems like that might be just easier to change whatever. When someone's won something, you take it off, and then you put something else in there. But unfortunately, that is the only failure on the board. Sorry.
Well, I will take my drink token, because... Look what I won! Drink it!
Hey?
I'm so excited!
My gosh.
I put my token up on the thing, and they gave me this token, and they said I can get a free drink.
Let's go get the most expensive one then.
Is it really free? Right, like, well, didn't that token have a value?
100. How much are the drinks?
I imagine it was a lot less than 100.
This is worth the value of 100 gold drink.
100 gold? No, it's made of wood.
Well, sure, but the drink won't be made of wood, right?
No.
Well, the drink will be made of alcohol.
I
know
paid
that.
for a piece of wood. I gave them the piece of wood. I spun the wheel, and I won a drink. It's like the experience and stuff. It's the game.
Yep.
You're no fun, John.
Nope, no, I'm not.
I hear drink, I hear free, I say go.
Technically, I suppose the token was free.
Sure.
So it's free to Ingue and Drekik, I suppose.
Excuse me,
I
Mr.
guess.
Bartender. Or Mrs.
Yes.
Bartender.
You see this? He looks a little bit like a half-orc, but he's more almost, I wouldn't say purplish in his skin, but it's slightly bluish, which is a strange discoloration of his nature, but it seems like something he's born with. And he's also very well dressed, hair in a ponytail. How can I help you there, Mr. White Dragonborn?
Oh, someone who recognizes me.
I mean,
Two things.
no.
One, we have this free drink.
Right, so that's a free Sprite or a free beer.
Beer, your most expensive one.
No. He flips it around and it has like this or this. You can pick one of these two options. And it's like specific beer and a specific Sprite.
Right, so from what I can read, your most expensive one.
Sprite. That's
Sure. And he
That's
takes
like
the
a Pepsi.
token.
There must be.
Ale or Sprite?
Sprite sounds good. It's like a creature from the Feywild. Must be friends with the Pixie Queen.
Figuratively speaking, right?
It must have a bite to it.
Mm.
He starts pouring some kind of, it looks like see-through liquid into your little glass, and he gives you it seems more like if you have like those tall glasses, it's like half of a tall glass, so it's a little bit more like a candle, like a tea candle kind of thing, but it's like this size, but it's full to the brim. And he put it down, and you can see that there's little, it looks little brown thingies floating around in it. It seems to be part of the drink, and he puts the cork on, and he puts it down, and he just waits.
Looks like. Have you heard of vodka, Ingue?
No. Is it poison?
Clear alcohol drink.
Should I?
This one's bubbly. Vodka's not bubbly. This must be special.
Should I see if it's poisonous?
No, it's not poisonous. Oh, safe. Oh.
I'm sure you can buy another one. How much? Well,
You
it's a
have
bottle.
just drunk tequila. And the little spots is whatever is left of the scorpion. You can see
Can I have one?
Sure, it's a silver.
I guess we used our free drink, didn't we?
Yes.
It's not very good. Ooh.
Also, how many of these tokens things can I get for 50 gold?
Well, for 50 gold, you get a 50 gold token. It's
Here's
pretty
one
straightforward
silver.
here.
And a 50 gold thing for a 50 gold token.
So 50 gold and 1 silver. Sure. No worries.
Do we really want to be throwing our money here, Dreki?
I still currently, even though I just gave 50 gold, have 7 times as much money as I have ever had. Bottoms up.
Yeah.
Just the thing though, you need 100 to use it. That's like the minimum here.
To use the spinning wheel.
Yeah, like it's 100 entry, right?
I can have another turn.
I mean, you can buy drinks with this, of course, but if you want to do something else, then like there's no point in really buying.
Here's another 50.
Oh, so it's 100
Yeah.
gold minimum buy-in for anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure thing. And he takes your token and changes it to 100 instead.
Okay, let's do it.
No, I only have enough for one of these.
No, I'll get mine.
Oh, you get yours too.
Are we gonna have another
John's
turn?
just looking at us like,
Goddamn money.
Choo, choo, choo.
Are we gonna have another turn on the wheel thing?
where's the spinning wheel?
Last time I spun it, I only got a drink that was worth 1 silver piece. I think it might be a scam. Oh well.
This whole place is.
You said there's many options, yeah? Maybe there's a better one.
I need to put a Nigerian prince in here to get Ingue into trouble.
At least play a game of chance, Drek. I mean, don't play a game of chance. At least play one with some skill involved. Play one of the card games or something.
I don't know how to play cards.
Oh,
I could show you if
good.
you'd like to track it.
Well, the thing is, I could just never read them properly, I guess. I've
Makes
seen people
sense.
play them.
Is there a game in here, Miss Celeste, that's like where you've got to really pay attention to like to other people and what they're thinking? Is there like where you?
Oh, yes.
Because I'm pretty good at that. If you
Oh.
tell me the rules, maybe a game that's all about like calculating the maths of things. Is there like skill? You said there's skill involved.
If you want,
Yo.
if you're really good at reading people, that one might be good. Which will point over towards like a poker table. Because that one's all about pretending that you have really good cards when you don't have cards and trying to convince other people to put down their hand.
What about if you knew what the other people's cards were?
That's what I'm saying. That one would be good for that.
Well, okay. How about you play, and I'll just tell you what everyone else's cards are.
How about I play
And then
show
you'll know
you?
whether they have good cards or not. I don't know what good cards are not. What are good cards and what are not good cards.
So you want to look around to see if anyone's like listening to their conversation, like any of the guard people, like the security.
Make a perception check.
Sean's just getting nauseous in a corner.
22.
John just hates where he is
You,
right now.
you kind of scan the room and you see these guards just standing there holding their position, and then you see one of them, you lock eyes with him, and he's like,
No, Ingue, I don't think that that's such a good idea. There are a lot of people around here who are very perceptive, and I think would know. Because if you have tricks like that, then I would assume they do as well.
So it's against the rules to listen to people's thoughts.
It's against the
find
rules
out what
that
their cards are.
I think it's against the rules in general to manually sway your chances. To do anything that would give you an unfair advantage against anyone else that's sitting at a table.
Celeste,
Terrific.
refresh me on the rule of poker.
Laura doesn't know how to play poker, but she does know that song about Lady Gaga and having a poker face.
that's all what it's about. Poker face, it's all in the hips and the poker face. That's all.
Celeste would know about poker. See, Daniel knows about poker.
But how often would you assume you would play poker in this general setting? This is more of a money game than a party game.
Sean pipes up hearing this. He goes, I used to play with a friend.
Oh, yes. Look, I've seen people play it, Sean.
Yeah, no, if you go against people who were good, it is skill based. You're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Oh, how much skill could it be? Just looking at cards, isn't it? And guessing what they've got, and then they look at what you, and they try and guess what you got, and you got to just make sure that what you got is better than what they got.
If you didn't just put 100 gold on that token, I would love for you to learn that lesson. But I feel like I gotta help you in some way. All right. Celeste, if you know as well, jump in with whatever you know. I'm gonna do my best as well.
Well,
I'm good at pretending that I have good cards, John.
Well, that's a good point. That's a key part of it.
Hey, excuse me, bartender.
yes.
My eyes aren't very good at reading. Is it possible to have, like, if I play, is it possible to have my companion here help me read the cards?
Help you
Or is
read the cards.
Yeah, because I can't see them.
I think I've seen this as a scrolling movie once. Yes, sure. That is allowed as long as you stay next to each other and you don't cheat.
Sure. There you go.
And he drops a set of matchsticks on the ground. Just checks.
Matchsticks.
Like matches.
Oh.
Oh, okay. And he just picks it up again and puts it aside. Just checking. Just need to check if you're one of those special people. That's a Rain Man reference.
Why did he just drop 47 matches on the ground?
Out of here! No, it's fine. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine, as long as you don't cheat.
Okay. Go. John, come, my friend. Let's go to the table.
Gonna regret this. So Sean, I don't know if this comes into play at all, but Sean has a lot of experience playing card games. He used to play with his mate Sun Min.
True, that's true.
So yeah, He's gonna
Jakik's
go
very
there.
good at reading people.
So I'd say that you two combining your efforts will give you advantage on whatever roles that you are required to do during this.
Okay.
It's probably the easiest way to make it work.
Sean's gonna pretty much just try to explain the game, how it works, all that before even sitting down, and then
Yes.
once he's got a reasonable idea of it, yeah.
Very well.
Right. So 2 lots of pairs is worse than a triple.
So I'm guessing that you're sitting down at
Yeah.
one of the tables that is available to you then. And in this case, there is some other individuals sitting at the table already. They seem to be playing in a similar way that you probably would with just one token. They've each placed down their token of 100 gold. There's 6 people around this table. There is a young lady, a human, who seems to be very well dressed. She's probably showing a bit more skin than you would expect for someone who's in a casino. Maybe not, depending on the casino. But she's also definitely trying to keep eye contact with as many people around the table as possible. It's also an old lady that seems to be rummaging around in her bag for 5 to 10 minutes before she finally finds her little chip. And she looks like she has her hair in a ponytail, and she looks like an old lady who's just taking care of her cats. The rest of the individuals looks like they are young men of various social standards. All 4 of them seems to be either from a very rich area. They look like they have very nice clothes, and this chip is just whatever pocket money that they gotten for the last 5 minutes, or someone who only has that for their life savings. So it's a bit of a mix of that. Most of them are human, and they just all place it down on the table, ready for the first round.
All right, I
Excuse
hope
me,
you
gentlemen.
remember.
Yes, sorry, John. Yes.
I was just saying, I hope you remember everything I said.
As much as I can.
Right. Let me just
Is
write
this seat
down.
taken? Can I sit here?
Yes, you can sit there if you want to. I'll just get ready here. Give me 2 seconds.
That's okay. Just so you all know, my companion here is going to help me read. I'm not so good at reading.
Oh, it's like a blind eye dog. Okay. Yep, sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
Mr.
See
Les,
you.
can you be my partner? And you play and I'll watch? You can...
Oh, are you giving me the token?
He's already used it.
No, I
Got another one.
I bought another one to play.
You bought one more, so you have one for Drekik and one for you?
Yeah.
Drekik bought one, and Ingue bought one.
And
Right.
I'm asking Celeste if she wants to play, or does that ruin your game if
No, that's fine.
Celeste plays too?
No, that's perfectly fine. That's no problem there. I'll just put that on.
Want me to play for you, Ingue?
Yeah. You know how to play, and you know how to pretend.
Okay. Laura doesn't actually know how to fucking play.
You don't have to. Don't worry about it.
I hope it's just
Don't
dodge
worry.
rolls.
No, it's just gonna be dice rolls. It's just gonna be dice rolls because I don't like it
Hey,
takes.
Frisky.
We could be playing poker for 4 hours before someone loses.
The only card game I know how to play is bullshit.
That is what we're playing
It's a
right
good
now.
game.
Right. So you're not super experienced in playing this game, Celeste, and Ingue, you're not super
Oh, is
experienced.
Celeste not
either.
good at playing?
Well, she's played it before. Like she knows how to play, but she's not like at Jean's level of playing.
Right.
Jean knows how to play. In that case, I will. Sorry, I thought Celeste. I thought Laura was like, I don't know how to play poker, but Celeste's really good at it. I think that Ingue would want to play then, if that was the case. If Celeste was just like, I don't know.
Right.
If John explained the rules, I will play too.
Okay, that's up to you.
Sorry.
Whichever way you want to do it, just as long as I know who's rolling. Right, so in poker, this is going to be a weird day to be a dungeon master. The first part of it is that you get some cards on your hands. So to see how good those cards are, the 2 of you playing needs to roll a d20 for me.
Okay.
I'll roll a few here too.
Just a normal D20 or a D20 with advantage?
You will roll with advantage, sorry.
Natural 20.
Really?
That's
Okay,
it,
yeah.
it's there. Natural 20. The other one was a 10.
Very well. Alright,
Sean's
so...
hands are like under the table, like signing, like just holding up the fingers to try to show what numbers are actually on the cards.
and what did Ingue
J
get?
for Jack and stuff.
15.
15. Both of you off to a pretty good start. So in poker, the next thing that happens is that people bluff and call left and right, but because everyone has the same chip, it's going to flip another card. So I need all of you to roll another d20. Not all of you. You two needs to roll another d20, and I need to roll some more d20s.
Natural 20!
What? Holy shit. Okay. Wow. What did
I
you
rolled 2 natural ones!
for 11?
Drake's going to Vegas!
That is quite impressive, to be honest.
That's the difference between like listening into someone explaining something versus someone explaining it directly to you.
Yeah.
Like,
explain the game, I get it.
so is this
Right.
good? I don't know, is this good?
So,
That's
for
the
some
natural 20 part of it.
individuals,
Like, everyone's like,
at-
that guy's an idiot.
at this point, it looks like potentially you're about to have like a full house of situation like that. There's definitely some good cards on the table right now for you. And then they get the next card. So there's the river, the flop, and I can't remember the last one. There's 3 of them. It's been a while since I played poker. Anyway, another one. What did Ingue get this time?
8.
8. And Sean and
15.
Britt? 15. That's still pretty good.
It's not a natural 20, but it's still high.
Best hand.
So, you're still not quite sure what the cards are going to give you yet, but it does look an awful lot like a full house right now. If you just don't fuck it up in the last one. So I need you to roll the very last roll, see who wins.
Natural!
Natural 20! Wait, it flipped over. It was 20. It wasn't 20, believe me. I wouldn't show you if it wasn't.
Okay, that is insanely impressive.
4!
Yeah.
Now do we get to persuade each other?
Nah,
I don't
this
think-
part of the game looks like there's a full house for Sean and Drekik. No one else has a chance against these cards. So currently, because Ingue joined, you win your own money back plus 600 gold in chips, like in tokens. 100 of them is Ingwe's.
So you're saying all of this is mine now?
Yes, you have quite thoroughly beat everyone off the table here, so well done.
That's fucking awesome. Sweet, thank you. I'm just gonna stand up. Start walking away. Ingue, this is yours.
That was really fun. Nah, that's
Okay.
yours. You won it fair and square.
No, but now now, right? You have one. I have one. We get these ones back into gold, and then we can still do the spinny thing.
Oh, I want to spin the thing. Yes.
Quick while you're ahead. Look, you've got more money now, right?
Actually,
This is where
John,
you-
half of this is yours, and I'll give you 2 of them.
Nope. That's all you, friend. You did that. I just told you what numbers you got.
As you're having this
Who would have thought
conversation,
2 A's would be so good?
Yep. The A for awesome.
as you're having this conversation, Nora comes back to you at the table and says, Mr. Ira is ready for you now if you are interested in having a meeting with him.
Sounds good to me.
Thought we were gonna spin the thingy.
That's just what we came here for, Ingue.
Oh yeah, true.
It's okay, Ingue. We can spin it after.
Yeah. Well, I did come with one, so now I've still got the thing in case they ask. Anyway, let's go!
Yeah,
Well,
we just earned
please
it
follow
back
me.
in case they want it.
So she leads you through this room to the bigger door in the middle of the back of this room. She opens the door and there's a little bit of a hallway leading slightly upwards. And in this room, it's just one big, again, rectangular shaped room. It's full of chairs, and there's like a sofa situation going on as well in one region. There is a little step that goes up, and then there is a throne made of stone. To the right side, there is a large dining table completely full of food. There is any kind of different types of meat. There is potatoes and vegetables and anything that you can imagine as a general easy thing to get a hold of. There's just plenty of everything, and all the chairs have been set. All the table has been pretty much prepared for someone to have have a dining experience extraordinaire. And there's a little chandelier in the top that also gives off a bright light, not too bright to blind anyone, but definitely enough to see. And you can see next to the throne there is one individual standing, which looks very similar to the individual that saved you in Okolan.
Does this look like does this look the same as the vision that I saw with the stoner lady after the?
Yes, it's the same room.
Yeah, same room. Yeah.
So the individual looks similar to that guy who saved you. He is also of a wolf humanoid nature. He's not wearing a top hat. He has a very belly embellished shirt with a jacket on that fits as well. It's very bright purple and white shirt, and he has almost like a golden colored belt on, and he has a little cane where the cane itself is like a silver raven at the head, and the rest is just a black piece of wood that goes down to the ground, and has a little silvery stopper on the bottom to make sure it doesn't break. And he's standing there and he's looking at another pocket watch as well, and he looks at everyone and he says, "Welcome, everyone. I have been dying to meet all of you. Please come in. We can have supper together in a few minutes if you want. I'll be more than happy to accommodate that. Please sit down." And he points to where the sofa and the little dining room setup is. It says, "I've been waiting to have a conversation with you, Ingue. I am so happy to meet you."
I'm glad to meet you too. This is
Please come in and sit down. Do you want some tea or something to drink?
yeah. Drake and John and I are clerics now, and apparently clerics, to be a good cleric, you got to drink lots of alcohol.
Well,
He's cleric too now.
He's not wrong. Well, please come in. We are still waiting for a few more guests. I thought this was a very special situation, so I thought that they would like to meet you as well. Like, we are old friends of your mother.
Yeah.
This is quite interesting. You see as he's walking towards the dining area, the little lounge area, he's kind of having a limp. He uses the cane to help him walk. He's not using it as a fancy tool. But you can see he has a bit of a limp. His right leg isn't working too great. But he sits down in one of these sofa chairs, these loungy kind of chairs he has. And then there's little tables and coffee tables. I mean, please sit down, everyone. I'm so happy to meet you all. My name is Ira. I'm the Pixie King. I believe you met my brother, Pell. He'll be joining us shortly. He also was a friend of your mother's. And two of my other associates are gonna arrive soon, too. This is quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. I'm sorry, I haven't made your acquaintances, the three of you, before. Pell did mention that he saw some other individuals with Ingue.
Yeah, these are the rest of my company.
Right, well, nice to meet you. My name is
Pleasure.
Ira.
Sean
My name is-
Orswell.
Sean Orswell, yeah. And,
Oh, we're
What
using
was-
those names. Oh, Brendan.
well, I don't mind what names you use. It doesn't matter to me. Obviously, Ira isn't my real name either.
Oh,
It is
yeah.
for now.
Hey, my name is Brendan.
Nice to meet you, Brendan. It's just easier sometimes to have a name. It doesn't have to be the name, if you understand what I'm
Totally understand.
saying. Cool. Great. You see the door open, and the individual that you have now been described as Pill also comes through the door, and he puts on his little bowler hat, and he's like, hey, there we go. He sits down, very like a teenager across the chair, not so elegantly as his older brother. And behind him, two other individuals come in, and they close the door behind him. One is a dwarf. Most of his hair and his beard is white, but there is red streaks through it, like he once had red hair, but it's long gone. He has a lot of scars across his face. You can see his one eye is like white from whatever has happened to him. He's also well dressed, which is quite a bit of a contrast to how his face looks. He looks well groomed, and he also looks a little confused at the same time. He scans the room and he sees Ingue, and he's like, oh, okay. And he sits down in one of the chairs, and he already looks super uncomfortable in whatever he's wearing right now. And the other individual is a elf, which you quickly, Celeste, notice as another Eladrin elf. This is a youngish Eladrin elf male. He has no hair in the sides. It's all being cut into like not a mohawk situation, but more like an undercut. Very dark purple hair, and he has a little bit of bluish makeup under his eye. Under his eyes, there's two eyes. And he has very bright blue eyes as well. And he also just looks. And when he clocks Celeste, he's like, oh, interesting. He sits down next to Ira as well. Well, thank you everyone for coming. I think we can start dinner now if no one have any issues. We can start talking a little bit. See, I knew your mother, obviously, and we all did. We used to work with her. She used to work for me. And we are very surprised to hear that she's alive. We thought that she died. But come, let's eat. Let's have some conversation. Let's eat. Let's get something to drink. Let's have a party. He waves everyone over to the big table. And his individuals with him start sitting down as well.
As they're walking, Celeste is going to kind of walk up to John and kind of like pull him back just like real quick. Just kind of like whisper and go, do you remember exactly what we're doing here?
Not entirely.
Right. She'll pull back and continue walking.
Eventually, Ira waits until everyone else is done walking over, and then he clumsily get up at the chair and he moves over to the table and sits down at one of the ends of the table. Well, I'm not sure how much your mother have told you about me, Ingue.
Well, not a lot. Although I do know the story of the Pixie King, and the story of the Pixie King. I'm going to repeat the story that's in the book.
Right.
And
so the story that you read in that book is basically that she was held captive by a Pixie King that then befooled him and blah blah.
But she didn't tell me about the Pixie King. Like, no. I would,
she just never mentioned him.
Yeah. So I'm going to pretend that she told me, and then tell that story.
Right. He looks at you a little confused. Okay. I'm not really a king, though. It's not how this works. I was her employer. Sorry that you felt like that. We were working together for many years, though. We didn't have any falling outs, anything like that, so I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I mean, I can tell you from my side of the story, at least, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, a long time ago, we met your mother. I think she had just arrived here from wherever she came from, and she was very good at and very observant. She was actually quite impressive. And that's the reason that she ended up in my employee, because I like impressive people, and I like people who are really good at what they do. that is part of what we do here as a company of sorts. And she was very efficient in finding information for us, and she also became really adept in using knives and stuff like that. So suddenly she became a multi-talented person that we could lean on very well. We sent her on many missions area, and she was always amazing at what she did. And then one day she went on a mission and she never came back, and we just wanted to find her, but we were under the impression that she was dead. So obviously here we are. We so happy to see you, Ingue. We didn't know she survived, and since she had a son, then she must have survived. That is impressive. I hope she's okay.
Oh yeah. Weird. Well, it kind of makes sense actually.
Right.
She went on a mission, and then you couldn't find her. I suppose that makes sense.
Yes, young lady?
This is just Laura to Tom.
Oh, right.
I just want to get a general vibe of this guy, and do I think he is being honest and, upfront in what he's saying?
Make an insight check.
Can I also, while we're insight checking, I want to check when I told the story about him kidnapping her and keeping her trapped. I want to see the genuineness of his, that story is wrong.
But make an insight check as well. What did Celeste get?
23 for insight.
Right. And Ingue?
10.
Right.
Oh, your face.
I'm just I don't think I've rolled above a 4.
I know those days very well myself.
Sorry, I stole.
Wait until we get in a battle, and then I'll be all the natural 20s.
So Ingue, you feel like he's definitely being genuine about not really understanding why it was said in that way. Like, obviously you read it from a story from a children's book, so it's not in a normal day-to-day talk. And Celeste, you're trying to get a gauge on him, and he kind of seems genuine. He seems like he definitely knew his mother. He was definitely a friend of her, and that they didn't have a falling out.
Well, see, the thing is, in my did she tell you about the adventure that we get sent on? How we go out into the world and we've got to experience all the things, and then we get a calling home. And once we get a calling home, we've got to decide if we want to be part of the world. Or did she tell you that?
Yes, she did mention that early on when we first met. She seemed to have left that behind. She didn't seem to want to go back, to be honest. But I mean, everyone can change their mind, of course.
Well, it's a long time, but also she probably met, when I've heard, and they talk about it, when you fall in love, it's kind of an uncontrollable urge, and then so you meet your partner, you meet a companion, and then you've really got to make the choice whether to go home with them or stay in the world. So it makes sense that she hasn't spoken to you because it's against the rules of home.
Oh, yes, I understand that, of course. I was just worried about her, and she just kind of left, and we thought she was dead, so it just makes me happy to know that she's not.
Yeah, so, Mr. John, if I ever, disappear like that, because, if we go on different missions, and then I don't come back, I'm
Yep.
I hope you're not as upset as Ira, because I hope. Yeah.
Yeah. No trouble. No troubles.
Right. I love you and all, but when I go home, I won't talk to you anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
Well, I was curious because Well, I mean, I know that it's probably against your rules, but I am extremely curious to know where she gone. Where did she go? Where is home? She never told me that, and if I could, I would love to see her again, and we can talk about life and catch up, and I get to say I'm sorry for not coming to try to find her sooner.
Oh no, you don't need to apologize. I think that's no. I don't think you need to know. I mean, I don't actually know, but I'll figure it out. And I don't
You
know. It's
don't
an
know?
interesting one. Well, I know where my I know where my home is. I just
Isn't that where she
don't
went?
know where it is in relation to here.
Oh, well, if you could give me some hints, I can try to work it out from there if you want. I just really want to see her, and I have a few things I want to talk to her about, obviously, and it's very
Nah, I
personal.
don't think I'm gonna do that. Actually, like, if she made the choice, that's an interesting one. I mean, I'm pretty honest and open with my friends, but I don't
Right, well, we're not
think I'm
really
gonna tell them either.
friends yet.
Yeah, I know.
so
I know you're
understand.
not my friend, but I'm just thinking about whether I tell John, and if John wanted to come see me, that'd be weird because then he would come see me, and I'd be a different person because I'd be like, oh, like following the rules and like, and then he'd be like, hey, eat some meat with me, and I'd be like, you're a monster. I
Interesting.
hate your guts. I mean,
Do you think she's going to ever leave there again? Is that even a thing? I mean, I
no,
don't understand. I've never been, obviously, in a
no, she won't.
situation like hers.
She won't leave ever.
Right. Okay.
That's the point, right?
Perhaps Ingue could pass on a message for you if there's something very important that you need to let her know of.
Oh, it's rather personal. I'd like to do it myself if that's okay. If not, I will leave it.
Well, you could send
Can't
her a
be that
message.
important then.
Oh, I'm not able to send messages. I'm not a magic user. I'm more of a how should I say magician of sorts. And he flips out a little pocket knife that comes out of his sleeve, and it goes back in.
You're not allowed
See?
knives in here.
Oh, I am. I own this place, so obviously it's not a problem. I just mean that I don't have the required ability to do so, and I feel it wouldn't be proper to tell someone else what I'm about to say for them to pass a message on. So maybe I will just have to leave it if that is the case.
Well, do you want me to let her know that? Well, I'll definitely let her know that I saw you. So if she wants to talk to you, then she can.
Yes, please do. Please, you can definitely say that I wanted to have a conversation with her. Just don't use Ira. Use the Pixie King, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a new
But-
thing. I'm trying it out. I haven't had it for a few years, maybe.
Well, if she, if she had jobs for you, maybe. Oh no, actually, I've got other jobs. Do we still need money, guys? Like, are we doing jobs or are we? Nah, we're on family missions. Don't worry, I don't need a job.
Right, that's okay. But thank you for passing on the message. At least I really appreciate it.
But once we've finished family business, should I like? I'm pretty good at the stuff that Mum's good at. Like,
Really?
we're VK Incorporated. Usually we do like investigations and stuff.
Oh, that is in the same ball gown as your mum.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that makes sense.
I'm impressive. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Anyway, can you try something for me? I'd love to see how good you are compared to your mum.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he pulls out another knife from the other sleeve and he gives it to you.
Mhm.
Can you see? Can you see that apple on the table over there? Can you hit that from here? That would be amazing.
Probably not, but let's have a go.
Oh, okay. Make an attack roll.
Natural 20.
10.
You kind of just slice a little piece off the apple and it just kind of falls and lands in the corner somewhere. It's like, oh, that's okay. Your mom
No.
didn't have a natural gift for that to begin with either.
Yeah, I
But-
didn't mean knives and stuff. I meant like noticing things and like.
Oh, right. Well, that's completely fine. I understand that too. Please, can you go get that? And he points at the Eladrin and runs over and grabs the knife, gives it back to him. Well, Well, please enjoy supper. I do have well, this is going to be weird. I do have some of your mom's belongings that she left here. If you want them,
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
be more than happy to pass them on to you. Maybe it will help you relive some of her younger days.
Sounds great.
Right. She left them here when she headed off for her last mission. Yeah, I'm just curious.
What was her last mission? What was she going to do?
Oh, I'm not quite sure. We're not friends yet, Janeway.
Okay.
I mean, it goes both ways, right? I can't tell you, but yeah, you know. Please allow me a moment. I will go and gather her things. He gets up clumsily again and he starts walking to his side. And then there's like a little bookcase, and he just pulls the bookcase open and then rummages through some things inside and takes out a little box. And then he eventually staggers back and he places a little. It's kind of like when you have when you get a sweater and it's packed in paper. It's like a soft package. And he gives that to you and puts it on your lap, and he goes over and he sits down and he starts eating some of the chicken. So you open up the package, and inside there is a studded leather armor, which looks like it's well used. There is 2 throwing stone knives, an additional knife that are a little bit bigger. It looks like it's more of a stabbing, slashing knife than a throwing knife. There's also 2 books, which seems to be part 3 and part 4 of the adventures of the princess and the pixie king. And there's a few other books which are general stuff like this herb does this, but not really an instruction. It's more like someone wrote a book about herbs just to kind of write a book, maybe. It wasn't super informative. You can quickly see that from the book. Yep. And that is what he gives you.
Thanks.
She left this here when she went on the last mission, and I thought maybe you'd want him for whatever reason. Maybe he can help you in your mission. Whatever you're doing. What are you doing, actually? I haven't asked about you. It's quite interesting. We've been talking about your mother so much. I'm so sorry.
Well, I got here about a month ago. I met some wolves. They were dicks. They told me to go away, and then they attacked me. And then I met some pirates, and they were dicks, and they told me to go away and attacked me. And then I met some like this cult. And then we burnt their village down, and they told us to go away. And then we got a job here to go and track down a guy who we teleported to up north, and it was snowy, and then I think that's and then we caught him, and we got the thing back, and we returned it, and I think that was a month. I think that's a pretty good story for a month. Oh, and well, actually, no. We fought this wooden dragon up north. And dead people. There's been lots of dead people, like zombies.
Very impressive. You sound just like your mother. She was very good at killing things.
Yeah. Did I miss anything out? I think I covered
Nope. I think you got everything. That whole time while Ingue was talking, Jean was hoping he'd use telepathically speak to him, but he's just going, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Like in his head.
Yeah. I think like Ingwe's like as he's talking is like paying attention to the faces of Celeste and John to like pick up on the like don't give personal information. And I think he's got like I think this is a transitory moment where Ingwe's like, I want to tell the story without the details to this person that I don't trust.
Well, it all sounds extremely impressive. You definitely are very close to how your mother was when she first arrived, and I'm very impressed by that. If you need some assignments in the same path as your mother's, just let me know. I'm sure that I can find somewhere in my business we can use you. Not quite sure about these three yet, because I don't really know them, but I'm sure we'll get to that point eventually.
They're pretty
friends and all.
Well, they're part of my company. I think.
Right. Well,
I think that's what I'm doing. I think we've signed a contract at the moment. Yeah, definitely. We're definitely like a team.
Right. Well, in that case, I mean, I'll obviously trust you more than them, so I'll give you the assignments, and you can give them the assignments. You can be kind of like the leader, if that makes sense, and then the rest of you can follow along. And
yeah, that's right. That's how it normally works.
Great. I'm glad you found some friends quickly. Your mom had a little bit of an issue with that.
Finding friends.
Yes, she was. Yeah, she didn't really understand how the world works out here too much to begin with, but then
neither do I.
We helped her out with that. We helped her understand the general convictions of individuals.
Oh! By the way, have you heard about the Golden Patrons?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
They're like gods. Right. I'm a cleric, right? They signed me up to be a cleric, and I've got to hand out these things. And Drek, he's a cleric too. He says we have to drink lots and hand out the things. And if you know about them, gods are weird, man. It's a bit stupid, isn't it?
Sean has Ingue.
Well, it can be.
In case he wants it.
And take the pamphlet, and he's like, "Oh, thank you. I'll definitely keep this," and he puts it on the table. Well, if everyone's done with their supper, I think maybe we should conclude the evening here, and you get some time to look through the items that I've given you of your mums, and you can spend time in the casino or whatever you want the rest of the evening. I just didn't want to take too much of your time, of course.
Can you give me some more of those wood things? That I want to spin the wheel, but I did it. I only had one. Can I have some more of the wood things to spin the wheel?
Right. He nods to the dwarf, and the dwarf looks at him weird, and he gives you a poker chip worth 1,000 gold. Of course, you're a friend now. You're part of the family, right? Just let me know if you need any other jobs, and I'll sort these three into it.
Well, have you eaten enough, guys? Any?
Celeste has not touched a single crumb. Like, she's just been, like, staring at this guy the entire time, just, like... And then flicking between, like him and Ingue, like, the entire time.
But the others are just eating and just minding their own business. They seem to be looking at you. And you catch the other Eladrin kind of looking at you from time to time and just kind of looking away like he doesn't want you to see that he see. But, yeah, everyone else seems to be eating at least.
Then probably noticed Celeste wasn't, slowed down, and then realized he'd ate everything already, so he just continued his pace.
Yep, it's
Without
delicious.
breaking eye contact from, like, the Pixie King, she just slides over her full plate towards Sean.
It's definitely really delicious food. It's very well cooked. It's like master chef would just put everything on the plate, almost like if you cooked it.
Okay, so you getting stuck into it. Come on, let's split this plate.
Ale does taste different here. You're right. It's so strange.
More like a Bavarian beer you're being presented to at this point. But yes, I unfortunately have other things to attend to tonight, and I didn't want to take too much of your time. I just really want to have dinner and meet young Ingue now that I know he exists. That's great. That is great news.
Oh, I've got a house here. Wait, give me
that
that
house
back.
here. Right. He gives you
Write my address down.
Carburetor Street. Interesting place. I used to live not so far away from there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm sorry to be such a bad host, but I really have to get on with my evening. Please enjoy yourself in the casino if you have time. I'll just be talking to my associates and we'll get on to our next meeting later tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for the drinks. It was much appreciated.
My pleasure, my friends.
I don't know if you believe in gods, but I do, and may they bless you. Right, moving on.
Right. And Pell opens the door for you and graciously bows to let you out.
Whew, okay.
Oh, that was good. You have nice friends, Ingue.
Yeah.
What did you roll on your perception check, Celeste, before?
When?
The perception check you made before.
Was
What
I
did you
doing a
roll on?
perception check?
You were when you were... Oh, sorry, insight check.
At the beginning, 23.
Right. Right. Good. Yeah, nice. And they close the door.
Oh, wow. I think I did that right. Right, Mr. John? Like, when I'm telling stories to someone that we don't necessarily know if we trust them, that still want to be friendly, but not give too much information.
Yeah,
Right,
I think you did pretty damn well. I think you nailed it. Right up until you gave him your address.
Yeah, I know you're worried about that, but like, he found me when I was in prison a continent away. So I don't think I'm that worried about him being able to find me.
Fair.
Like, I get it, but I also...
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what sort of resources he had to put into that. But I guess. I'm gonna go to
Okay,
the
next
bathroom.
time, that's a good thing to remember. No giving people my... Should I have not given all the people on the boat our address either?
I didn't realize you gave all the people on the boat our address. Or what address exactly? Hang on. What address did you give them?
My house in Carburetor Street.
The one that from Mana's friend?
Yeah, she gave it to me. Remember, before we left? She said, does anyone want a house? Everyone else said, no, I don't want a house. I said, I wouldn't mind a house. And then...
Right, yeah. Okay.
I think I might turn it into a church.
Ah, church. Good idea, Ingue. This town needs a bit more churches.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom quick. I got a bit to process, and I gotta...
Right.
Ate a bit and drank a bit there, so... And John's
We'll
gonna
meet
go
you at
looking
the
for a
spinning
bathroom.
table.
Yeah.
All right.
Wheel table. Fortune table. The wheel of fortune.
Oh. Wait, I gotta go to the bar and change this into those ones.
Wait, is it a different one?
Yeah, mine's... Look, if you look closely, mine's got an extra 0 on it. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. That was mean.
Look, I understand why you would just do that, because it's just normal to do, but I don't think it's mean. I just can't read it.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I'm gonna go to the bar because I want one of those ones, and I'll go to the bar and I'll get one of the 100 pieces and ask for gold back.
Right. Well, you do that and you get the 900 gold back, and you get 100 gold to use
Does that
as
mean
a
you have
channel.
my piece and your piece now? Because I gave you one of my pieces.
You gave me one of my pieces, and I tried to refuse it, and you insisted. So I definitely still have your piece.
Yeah, so you have 2 pieces.
No, I have 1,100 gold.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Oh yeah. So when I went to trader, oh yes.
Yeah. So you have 200 gold pieces now?
Yes.
Yes.
Or 100 if you want that.
No, I wouldn't have done that. I would have done that, and then realized I had 100 gold piece. Yeah, and then I'm gonna give you the 100. I'm gonna get back to the thing, and I'm gonna give you your 100 gold piece back.
Right. Okay.
Cool. So you have $100 gold, so 100 gold piece each in
I have
the
2.
tokens. 2. Right.
Well, yeah, because I would have traded in 4 of them and kept 1, and then Ingue would have given me his second one, so now I have 2 again.
Right.
I have 2.
So you have 2 and Ingue have 1. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All good. Math.
Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel.
Oh, wheel. Spin.
Who wants to spin the wheel first?
I
Ingue.
think Ingwe's going. Ingwe's showing me how it works. How does this work? How did you do it before?
12.
12. You win a pair of elegant dancing shoes. They are white and have a black surface underneath them, and you can see that there's little metal pieces on them, so when you like click your heels, they make sound.
They look fancy. Do you reckon they're worth 100 gold?
I don't know. Spin the wheel.
How are they? Is the is the token just spinning around, falling in a pocket, and then like it comes out of a slot at the bottom? Is that how it's working?
No, so you put, there's a little box in front of you with the numbers. You put the token into the box. They spin the wheel, and then whatever it lands on, is that.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Spin the wheel. 9.
9. So you win a elegantly made female umbrella.
Female umbrella, so a parasol.
Yes. So it's like a parasol, yeah, but it is for like against the rain, right?
Yeah. Ooh. Fancy. What do they call this thing? Hey, it's like our tent.
The wrong
It's
way.
like a mini tent.
Right. Well,
Well, that was fun.
would you like to continue? There's plenty more things to win.
Got one more.
No.
Celeste, here, you got a spin.
Oh, you don't want to try again, Drakic?
Well, I've had my fun, and you're just kind of standing there, and I feel kind of bad. Here, you spin it.
No, please don't feel bad. I'm just observing.
No, it is time for you. I've had my fill of luck. I've made money off this place, which is, I think, not normal.
Maybe, Drickic, you should
Very
keep that
unusual.
one.
Just looking at people crying as they leave every now and then.
Some of them are not wearing
Handing
shoes.
over their
currently.
leases.
Yeah. Some of them going into the kitchen to start doing the dishes.
I'll sell you the patent to my invention.
Well, you do see a few people who are actually trying to get money for inventions, turn them into like chips. But you also see a few individuals here and there that get grabbed in the collar and just lifted up from the chair and just moved outside.
Casually,
yes,
excellent.
I think it's your turn, Celeste. John didn't seem too keen, but, you know, your shot.
All right, well, it's very kind of you. I'm assuming Drakic drops the token in, and then she'll just yank it.
Spin the wheel.
18.
18!
Oh,
You win a bag that looks like a leather bag, but inside it has like the lining is kind of like how do you call it, like squares in purple and blue. It looks fairly ordinary, but it looks like a bag.
This will be good to hold my things in. Unless you want it, Drakic.
Is it a normal bag?
It's like a satchel size.
She'll open it and stick a hand in. I think it's normal.
You feel a slight cold when you put your hand through it.
Cold. Does her hand go in? Is it like
Yep.
Mary Poppins bag?
Yep.
Is it a bag of holding?
Yes.
just a normal bag.
She turns to Drakic. It's eating my arm, Drakic. It's eating
Celeste!
my arm.
Oh no! Celeste! Somebody help! The prize is eating her arm.
Jean just running from the other side, his pants still half down. Just I'm coming! I'm coming!
Cheeks to the wind, Jean!
You do know security, they take a step forward and put their hand on whatever they have on the back, and then they realize this is a joke, and then they just go back to their normal stance. And like,
Oh, Drek, the look on your face. I'm so sorry. I couldn't resist it.
What? How did you do that?
Magic.
What happened?
Oh.
Oh, Jean.
Oh, Sean, pull up your pants.
They're up. I'm just... Hang on. Gotta get the belt.
Wait, Mr. John hasn't had a turn. Here.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, I go back to the bar. I get a token
what?
for Mr. John.
Should know a token?
Look, Mr. John, I got these fancy shoes.
And
They are very
I
fancy.
got a mini tent.
Okay.
And Celeste got a bag that steals arms. Don't put your arm in it.
She immediately puts his eye behind his back and takes a big fucking step back. What do you...
He just gets like Vietnam flashbacks as he just like looks.
This has happened before.
What do you mean it's a bag that steals arms?
No, like it's like the pockets in the tent. It was sorry, had to be there, joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, here, put the token in the thing and see what cool thing you get.
What do you mean?
Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Spin with the.
Oh, this is one of those 100 tokens. No. This goes to hand it back.
It's okay, Jean.
No, it's your turn.
This seems like a waste of money.
No,
We
I
could
got
use
it
this
from my friend, the Pixie King, my mum's friend. I think the friendly dude, the friendly Ira Pixie Wolf dude.
Sure, but
We are going to walk out of this place, Jean, with more money than when we walked in. We can afford to lose this. It's fine.
does this have to be spent here, or is it?
As far as I understand, the tokens kind of need to be spent here, right? You can't
Yes.
spend the token anywhere else.
You can take them with you and come back later, but you have to spend them here. That's what they're made for. They have their logo imprinted into it, even though most of it's gone over time.
Just takes a side glance at the bag on Celeste's shoulder. Shimmer's half a foot away. I mean, if it has to be spent here, all right. Explain to me what I gotta do. Where do I put this?
In there.
All right.
And then pull the lever. Spin the wheel.
Pull the lever.
Spin the wheel.
All right. Who handed me the token?
Ingue.
Anyway, choose
Yes,
the
Ingue.
dice. I got blue, purple, the fuck you dice, and a metal red dice.
Metal red dice.
Metal red dice.
Spin the wheel.
11.
11. You get this little parchment, and as you open it, it turns into like a origami version of like a city, but it's like folding up, and it looks like a mini version of Kronos with these cogwheels and such. It's not spinning or moving, but it's just made of really nice handicraft of this paper craft. we call it that.
That's cool.
That is quite neat.
Do that.
Cool. Thank you. Anyway, here you go.
No. Oh well. Yeah. Okay. Do you not want it? It's your thing. I got the shoes, and that's why.
Well, you paid for it, I guess. The gift was given to you, wasn't it?
The Pixie. You won it on the spinny wheel. The Pixie King gave it to us.
Okay.
To you. Yeah. I just want to be he thinks we're not a team. He was like, in the room, he was like, "You got to be the leader," and I was like, "I'm the leader," but I don't want you to think that I think like that. Like, think We're a team,
No,
right?
I
Like,
just
but if someone like I would hope that if someone like that is like, you're the leader, then whoever's the leader, whoever's the person would just be like, yes, I'm the leader, rather than being like, I don't trust your friends. Like,
oh, fair enough. No, I was just more so saying it because I figured through transit it should be yours, I guess. But I mean,
I just view it as we all spun the wheel once now, and we all have one item.
yeah, I spun it twice because I got the drink.
Oh yeah, you got the drink. That's not something we can take away though.
thank you.
15 pennies.
Maybe we should go back to my place and see. I've got a few questions. Is there anything else people want to do before? I want to get out of here. The lights. It feels like it's nighttime, but it's daytime still.
Oh, here, Ingue. Poof. Blocks out light.
While they're having this conversation, Celeste, you actually do notice that the what's his name, the dwarf and the Eladrin elf are both coming out of the room, and they're walking alongside the side of the room, and it looks like they're arguing.
And they're not moving in our direction.
They're moving general direction to the exit, which isn't technically in your direction, but they're moving along the side on the very far part of the wall. It looks like the dwarf is really upset or something, and the Eladrin is kind of trying to calm him down a little bit.
Curious. Your friends, Ingue. Looks like one of them's rather upset.
Oh, it does look like they're upset, doesn't it? Should we? Well, are we? Can we leave? Should we see what they're up to on the?
Perhaps we should try and keep our distance.
Oh yeah. Maybe we
Don't
should
try and find out what they're talking about.
You want
In
to?
case it's about you. I'm just worried. There was something quite off about.
Okay, why don't we? Hey, Drakic, let's go, and we'll be real excited about the things that we spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. We spin the wheel. We spin the wheel.
And I'm gonna try and pretend to be drunk and noisy, walking out, but listen to their conversation.
Right. Make a perception check.
Do I make one?
Come on, crappy rolls all night. This is the one that we want.
I'm
You're
walking
trying?
out with him, so.
Okay, that's not terrible. 21.
25.
So, you both catch part of this conversation that's going on as they kind of sling past you, go in front of you, and move towards the outside plateau. There's a few things. The first thing is, what the fuck is he doing? Why is he doing this? Why don't we just fix it? The other part is, we gotta find the other two. And that's it.
Oh, man. Oh, these shoes are a bit uncomfortable. I wonder what they do.
Well, they seem to make a clicking noise whenever you step.
Stealth
Kind of
disadvantage
annoying
if you're wearing these. In case you were wondering.
Lucky I wasn't trying to stealth.
This sounds like 2 spoons when he's walking.
Deception walk. Deception walk.
You're
Very
sounding like a
noisy.
horse.
Deception walk.
No way. You're sounding like a horse.
Ingwe is going to telepathically say to Celeste, I heard them say that they were looking for the other two. I'm worried about my friends now.
Do you want me to try and speak to them?
Yeah, let's get back to the house first.
Oh, Ingue, you should try doing this. To jump.
Click your feet together. Ingue falls over.
What if you did that, but you grabbed my parasol here, and you just twirled it in your
Oh, look at
hands?
that light post over there. It would be cool if you jumped up on the light post and held the umbrella and swung around a little.
Oh, I don't know. It looks like rain might be coming soon.
I got a song for that.
Well, so you're heading back to your house. Is that correct?
Unless
Oh, well, Ingwe's singing in the rain.
So now you get to experience the full impact of Kronos as you are going from disc to slowly move your way towards where you have this house. You have to go through probably Fortley's, which is an area where there's a lot of markets and everyone's trying to sell you something. Some of them's like, this is a potato peeler. This is a potato peeler with light. This is a potato peeler with light, and it can fly. And they just keep overbidding each other to try to sell it for everyone who comes past. And it's
Why
it's
do I need a
nightmare.
potato peeler in the first place?
You always need a potato peeler. What are you going to do with your potatoes and you can't peel them? Ah, don't listen to him. Buy this one. No, buy this one. And they
What
just
does it
keep
need to be
going.
able to fly?
It's just a commodity.
I've always
Luxury
eaten my
item.
potatoes with the skins on.
I'm just gonna
Way through.
What about this
I'm just
earplug
gonna say,
wax?
everyone stop! If it can peel apples as well, I'll buy one.
You see several of these individuals rush towards your
Drekic's richer than he's ever been in his life.
Right, well, we've lost Drekik to the trenches. Come on, move on.
Basically done the equivalent of like walking into like a pet barn, what's it, one of those petting zoos, and just holding up that you have a whole bucket of food.
Yeah.
As you guys are walking away, you just see this white thumb.
You end up getting one of these potato apple peelers, who is also apparently able to peel oranges, which is a really important thing, and you have to pay 2 silver for it.
All right, I'll pay 2 silver for it.
And the rest of them gets really upset that you don't buy it from them, and they start having almost like a fight over who gets to sell their stuff. But eventually, eventually you move past all that, and you can see that the big shopping mall in the middle of this Fortley's is still open, and you can see these little machines flying back and forth, dropping off packages. Some of them hitting some of the mechanical guards by accident, and just dropping off the side of the thing, and the package just goes, Amazon. And eventually, you go from that disc onto the first of the cogwheels in cogwheel, as it's called, or the 8 spins. You do notice that the disc right next to it, which is a larger disc, is the second disc, as it's called, is not moving. That is the one that is not currently spinning. And under normal circumstances, who would have given 2 shits? Unfortunately, when you are used to currently walking around on something that's constantly spinning and you walk onto a surface that's not, a lot of individuals faceplant. And you can see there's a lot of guards set up on that specific part, trying to catch people, trying not to have them smash their face in. But it looks like that disc is currently unoperational. And some individuals in there look like they have motion sickness. A lot. But you eventually make it home to your little house on Carburetor Street 28. Yes.
I want to ask the guards as we're passing them what happened to the spinning disc and why isn't it working?
Right. Good evening, citizen. We are here to protect people. There seems to have been a malfunction in the lower mechanical parts that we are investigating to make everyone feel safe and to make this situation go back to normal.
Did this happen?
When? This happened 2 days ago.
Was there any loud bangs or explosions or anything like that before it stopped spinning, or did it just simply stop overnight?
It did some spinny motions and some rubber banding, as it's called, and it eventually stopped.
Was anyone hurt?
No, at this moment it seems more like a mechanical issue that is getting looked into.
Right. Have a good evening.
You too. Have a good day, citizen.
And those robot things are cool.
Ribbit.
Rivets. The house itself looks just like you remember it. It's just a small little 2-story shack made of mostly metal and corrugated metal that's kind of been banged into plates. The inside, however, seems to be different this time as soon as you enter. It seems to be remodeled. All the furniture is brand new, the carpets have been redone, the giant scratches in the floor that was the way that you teleported in the first place have been evened out. Everything is new furniture and it smells a little bit like lavender in there. And on the top floor you have a bedroom set up which is not that big. It's normally a 1-person bedroom, but you do have a lounge, a sofa downstairs as well, and a small kitchen, and you have a house.
Sean takes a deep breath as he steps inside. Fuck, we forgot our weapons.
Ding dong! You get a delivery from Homa Disc Casino with all your shit.
Sean was gonna try at that moment be like, the Senriol? Holy shit, that's
Just
got
all these
The Alleyman Slasher strikes again, this time with Kronos leaving 17 victims.
I thought it teleported. I thought it turned to smoke and then...
But no, you get it all delivered to your house from.
See, Mr. John, this is why we gave the address.
I still feel like it's not the best idea.
I
But,
can't
alright.
believe I left my chosen weapon behind.
You feel the tattoo burning slightly.
Yeah. Sean too.
We're all just like walking back, like, man, Kronos is like, you feel weightless up here.
I'm just twirling my parasol the whole time.
See the guards right now
Gravity's
just looking at
different.
like, what the fuck is this guy doing? No, what are you doing? Oh.
Is there like a little thing we have to put our little number token into to unlock the box or something?
No, you already pulled it out of the side of the box now.
Okay.
There's a big hole in it now because you recalled your axe in the middle of flight. Yes.
Right, that's a little cool. Well, I don't know how you guys are going to open yours, but... Shake it all out to the floor.
Right. Wait, you have the number.
Oh, yeah. Here's your thing, Stricky. Yeah.
Go.
I've got... Oh, yeah. Weird... Well, I had all these daggers in this box. Weird... I've got this dagger that, like... It says haunted dagger. I can't remember what it is for, though. Anyway. Hey, Mr. while we're talking, can you check out my mother's things and do that thing you do to see what they are?
Yes, I can do that for you.
Can I see if this parasol is at all magical?
Do you want to check with Identify or do you want to check with Arcana?
Arcana first.
Make an Arcana check.
11.
Problem not.
Okay.
So that went well.
Don't trust him.
Splendidly.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. I don't trust him one bit.
I feel as though he was being genuine in what he said, but the meaning behind it was strange.
I don't trust what those people were saying as we were leaving.
People were saying things when we were leaving.
Yeah, you know how we were going out, Miss Celeste noticed that they were out arguing, and me and Tricket were being silly, but we were also trying to pay attention to, remember the dwarf with the scars on his face?
Right.
And the elf, well, the elf guy, he was saying, I don't know what he's doing, and I think he was talking about the Pixie King, and then the dwarf said something that made me really worried, which was that they need to find the other two. So I'm worried that they had something to do with my friend's death, and they're looking for the other two. So I'm quite worried that I'm in danger from them. Either.
Celeste, you're able to speak with people far away, right? We could potentially speak with them and see what they know. We could give them a heads up. Maybe they can give us some indication of what happened to your friend, and then if it sounds like it's something suspicious, we could give them a heads up.
Kind of hard to have those conversations over, within short bursts, but I can certainly try my hardest.
Well, yeah.
I can only do it twice again today. I already spoke to someone else far away this morning. Oh, by the way, Tam's going well.
Oh. That's very good. Glad to hear it.
Yes. He's got 2 ladies on the go currently and has turned his hands to baking. So, just thought I'd update you.
Didn't he laugh at his brother for doing something along, not the bacon thing, but, you know, doing
It
something
was
along
because
those
he
lines?
married. I think it was because he married them.
Oh,
I think he doesn't want to be tied down or something. But anyway, I didn't get that many details. As I said, it's hard to have long-winded conversations over short bursts.
Fair enough. Well, glad to hear he's doing well. It would have been nice to have heard his voice.
Yes, it would have. So did you want me to speak to them, Ingue?
Well, yes, definitely. They sent me a letter to let me know the trouble they were having. I don't actually have a lot of information, but maybe let them know that I'm okay and that maybe that they're in danger. They probably know they're in danger. What should we let them know?
What are their names? I've forgotten.
Me too.
My best friends in the whole world. B1 and B2.
What's a face and whatchamacallit?
John
Those are
Smith.
interesting furbolg names.
Almost Jaina.
Say people.
Jaina, and I can't find. It changed. See, when I started playing this game, I had a book, and then around about episode 11, I transferred it to be on the computer and lost the book.
I believe the other one's name is Kura.
And Kura's the one that died, right?
No, yeah, Baro is the last one. Baro
Ah.
and Janina. Sorry, Jaina, not Janina. I keep saying that wrong.
The
Jaina
news is
and
the
Baro.
horse.
Kura is dead.
Was it Barrow?
Baro?
Barrow. Right. Well, it's going to take me some time to go through all these belongings, and you want me to send these messages, so probably I'll come let you know when I'm going to speak to them in about half an hour.
Yep. There's not a lot of room in here. And I think I might stay with Vartex tonight.
Why?
Just I don't know. I haven't spoken to him for a while.
What do you need to speak to him about?
Just see how he is.
Why?
What?
He have food and water in there.
He'll be fine. He doesn't need food and water.
Yeah, he can. He doesn't need food and water, and there would be, but if you ate it, it wouldn't make you feel better. It's kind of like a dream in there. You can rest though. Like this is just like the one in Mana's house, except Vartex is stuck in there. Oh, you haven't been to Mana's house?
I've been to when you made the pools of spa water or whatever in there.
Yeah, yeah. You've been inside.
Yeah.
I don't want us spending more time with him than is absolutely necessary.
Oh, you don't want us to go and spend time with Vartex?
No.
Okay.
He
Because you're
is
worried that he'll make new deals.
devilishly tricky, and there is a reason that he has made enemies of some of the most important people to have ever existed.
Even though he's got a deal with us not to do any harm?
Just
And-
because it doesn't do us any harm doesn't mean he cannot put us,
Play tricks and
inconvenience.
stuff. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
He could steal all your money, Ingue. That's not doing you any harm.
True that.
So.
I mean, he's also, in terms of like solving the problem of the gate, he's also a source of information, right? Like, as much as we're presently really worried about John's family, like that's an urgent and imminent threat. The bigger problem is like global, right?
But we already have the location of the wards, and I also have a source of information who can help me get further information should I need to. And we already know we have to, first things first anyway, is to get the object that can destroy the wards.
Okay.
Just looking out for us, Ingue, I promise. I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade.
I agree with you, Celeste. I think as little contact as we have with that thing, the better.
I disagree, Sean.
If we ever need to talk to him, I can always just telepathically ask him.
What did you say, Dreki?
Me? I have no say in this.
Oh, I thought you said something. Sorry. I mean, yeah. If we need to, but I don't think we have any need, right?
You gotta pay more attention, Sean.
No, there's not really any pressing need.
I don't get it, but I mean, I don't get lots of things. The situation. Anyway, I trust you guys. I don't know. Since you've changed, since it's been winter, Celeste, I really feel like that trust is not. I suppose you've never really trusted me because you think I'm an idiot.
Never said you were an idiot, Ingue.
It's more of a feeling. I don't really agree with where we're at, but I don't have enough information to disagree with you guys strongly enough yet. I haven't been here long enough. I mean, a bit with Drekking.
Is this in regards to speaking with Vartex, or?
Yeah, in the same way that I don't see why we didn't use the Dreamweaver for good. I mean, obviously Celeste has lived a lot longer than me, generally, and in this world as well, you know.
You say that you think I don't trust you, but in what you're saying, it feels as though you don't trust me.
No, I don't understand I mean, everything out here, like, I don't think you're right. Is that trust? I don't think you're right. But, I mean, I don't like eating meat or using metal either, so.
Difference of opinion, I guess, more than anything.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, if we do ever need to speak to Vartex for whatever reason, which I'm sure at some point we will, I would love to hear what you have in mind.
Well, I just think they're useful. The power. I don't understand the fear of power. Is, I suppose, what I'm getting at. There's a fear that I feel that comes from Celeste more so than you, John. Like, I think you're sometimes with like powerful magical people, you're like, oh, I don't like magic, but I get the sense that Celeste really understands something that I don't understand about
Corruption.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Corruption is when you have a beautiful tree in a forest, and it's bountiful and provides fruit and homes to a multitude of creatures. And then one day, a seed is implanted in the middle of that tree. It starts off very small, dark, a little dark seed, and over time it grows, and this tree starts dying from the inside. And then, as it wilts, that rot spreads to all the other trees in the forest. And all of a sudden, none of the creatures have homes. No shelter, no food, and everything withers and dies. Even though it started out as beautiful with pure intentions, that tiny seed within it grew to destroy the entire forest. That seed is corruption.
And power does that.
Too much power. Not all power. If it's balanced within you, and the good is in line with that power, but if the scales tip, then all of a sudden, that's when that seed is planted. And I've seen that happen far too many times. And I recognize the ability and the possibility of corruption when I see it. That is why I'm frightened.
Interesting.
Sean is gonna, hearing all that, with a few thoughts, he's just gonna go sit in a corner and open up his prayer book. Start reading prayers.
Did I say there wasn't a church in this town?
Should have, Sean.
Drakick's gonna be like, guys, I'm a bit tired. Celeste, that was a really good analogy. I think that was really good. But I'm gonna use this on a couch as a bed. Right. He's gonna lie down on the couch, pop up his parasol, and just sort of stick it in the folds like the top of a tent, and lie down. And right. I think this is how this works.
So I'm gonna leave all my stuff with Celeste, including my shoes. And then I'm gonna go upstairs to the bed. And I'm gonna get out the book that I've read a couple of times already, the Claro Evil Destiny book, and I read it because it makes sense now because of what Celeste just said.
Right. So you get a different perspective on the writing this time.
Yeah.
Very well. Anything else that anyone wants to do before going to bed?
Well, everyone's going to bed, but Celeste is going to go through all that stuff that people have given her. Okay. Sleep well, everyone.
So you're identifying everything?
Yeah.
Right.
I'll literally burn through spell slots if I have to.
Oh, it's not that many
company.
Oh, wait, you didn't speak to my friends.
No, I didn't. Bye.
Before we go to bed. Yeah, can you let them know that I'm here and I'm worried about them, and there's something odd about the Pixie King and they're trying to find home. And can you let them know that they don't know how to get home, but if they can let me know and not to allow the Pixie King. And can you let them know, I don't know. We'll talk soon. All of those things, if you can. Oh, wait. I I know that spell. Here, you can... Oh, I trust you, Celeste. You'll work it out.
Jaina, it's Celeste, Ingue's friend. He's with me. He's fine. Pixie King's looking for you. Don't tell him where your home is. But let Ingue know.
So you hear a message come back. Oh, hi Celeste. Yeah, okay. I don't know who the hell the Pixie King is. Thank you. Do you want me to send a letter?
I want to know if you want to send a letter. Talking to Ingue.
Oh, letters. Yeah, that's a good idea. I will send. I'll send her a letter tomorrow with the things. That's a great idea. Yeah, I was thinking about doing it anyway because there's lots of. Yeah.
Right. Ingue, send your letter tomorrow with all the information. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great evening.
Right, we're on our way to Blightwood at the moment. It's nearby. We just thought it would be cool to check it out. They have this cool lights going on. Just if you come by, let us know.
Shit, that was my last spell slot. Not third level. Can't do it again. They're going to Blightwood. So mentioned.
You hear a ruckus outside, like someone has been running across the ceiling on the roof.
It's
Let's get those off.
all in spell slots.
Did Jean hear it too? Or-
Everyone heard the house was kind of shaking slightly. Someone was running across the roof of the house.
What the fuck was that?
On that
Is that
side.
normal around here?
See if I can see what it was, who it was.
You can make a general perception check.
Ooh, that's alright. What's my perception? +4, I think? Perception. 19.
You don't see a person, but right as you look out of the window, you see someone jumping down from a roof, and you just catch the faintest glimpse of purple hair.
Oh, is that fucking elf? Good thing they didn't tell him they were really going to Gratboard.
Why did you say that out loud?
Say what out loud?
That other part?
What, that I didn't say that they were going to Gratboard?
Yep.
Because that's where
When?
they were really going.
Oh, where they're going.
Yes,
Yes.
That's where Ingwe's friends are going. They're going to Gratboard. So I'm glad I didn't say that out loud. Thought we were being followed.
Ah. I was confused. My apologies. I'm going to return to reading my prayers.
Alright,
What
good
the
night,
fuck's
John.
going on? Just fall back in.
Well,
Shit.
anything else anyone wants to do before bedtime now?
Go back to the fucking casino.
Stab everyone.
No.
Before I go to bed, I want to cast Locate Object on
Right.
the Dreamweaver.
On the Dreamweaver,
Mhm.
you have to pick a part now because it's been disassembled.
That's what I'm checking. That's
Right.
Yeah.
So if you just cast that spell, you won't get a hit because it doesn't technically exist as one piece anymore. But if you pick a specific of those 3 pieces, I can tell you where that specific piece is.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll burn 2 spell slots because I'll do the first one and then get a
Right.
sense that it doesn't exist.
Right.
And then I'm going to pick the. I don't care. What are the 3 bits? The like.
So it's the net, the
net.
outside, and the feather, and the little beads.
Nah, the outside.
Right. Currently, it's in the Kronos garrison, in that area.
Yeah.
It's not too hard to picture because it's very tall tower in that general direction, and yeah, this is a floating city, so there's not many options here in that sense.
So then I'm going to go back downstairs, and I'm assuming it's like I would, because I would have read the book, and then just been ready to go to bed, and then located object, and then go back downstairs to Celeste.
Celeste is up identifying those
Yeah.
things.
So this, oh man. You know how you talked about that corruption thing?
Correct.
I got the sense that, oh yeah, good, I can tell you that, you know that I can only tell you the truth. I think you think that there's like a sense of corruption in me wanting to use the Dreamweaver, and I did want to use it because I don't see why not. And now I understand why you don't want me to use it, but I am also worried because the people that are currently looking after it aren't doing a good job.
What do you mean?
Like, I could go and get it now.
Which part of it?
Well, definitely the outside bit, but I assume I could probably go and get all of it.
Well, just because you could physically go to the location doesn't necessarily mean you would just be able to pick it up. And with an object of this power, I feel as though they would be able to protect it far greater than we would.
Considering it's like creatures like Vartex that want to get it, yeah, I mean, that's...
I feel as though, what's your proposed solution here?
I've got no solution, I'm letting you know that, I'm just letting you know that I know that it's not safe.
I know, but I hope that in time it will be, when they scatter it.
Okay.
And to be honest, if creatures as powerful as Vartex are going to be chasing after that thing, I would rather not be in possession of it.
Yeah, that's where you and I are different.
Have you died before, Ingue?
No. Yes. Well, see, the thing is, right? Like, this is what I don't get. Like, if there's gonna be creatures chasing after us, which there are because we're the chosen of the gods, wouldn't you want to have the most powerful things that you can? I get it, the corruption thing, like, but at some point you've got to have some stuff to be powerful. Like, why aren't you worried about Drekic's sword?
Because Drekik doesn't have the ability to just endlessly create powerful swords, because each time he creates one, he's going to want to make one that's more powerful than the last.
Oh, yeah. So power of creation's more important than... Yeah, I suppose that's why nature... I get it. Yeah, nature's more important than science. More powerful, always.
Everything needs to be in balance, and as soon as that scale is tipped...
I don't think we're not powerful enough yet. But I mean, that's the point, right? We're gonna go get this God Hammer thing, and we're gonna...
As soon as I wake up in the morning, I'm going to reach out to your friends again.
Why? What happened?
When I mentioned where they were going, and that person was like...
now they know where...
So, as soon as I wake up in the morning... Unless there's... No, Mana can't send messages, can she? We don't know anyone that can here. We don't know anyone that has kind of those sort of like magical abilities in this
You
city?
know, Luthien de la Tunis.
It's true. Right, I'm gonna go see if I can find them. I know it's late, but someone's life's on the line. It's worth waking someone up for.
How long did the letters take to send?
Why? It wouldn't be as quick as sending, I would imagine.
No, it takes at least a few days, depending on where you are. Maybe longer, depending on.
Do you want to come with me, or I'll go by myself? I don't mind. I think the other two are asleep.
Yeah. Maybe we should. No, let's just wait till the morning. They can't get there before.
Didn't know how, but they didn't tell me how close they were. They might have been down the road.
So,
They said they could see the lights.
no, but like, we can wait till morning. What are you going to send a message? We've already sent them a message to say watch out for the. What other message are you going to send?
Don't go to Blightwood because I accidentally told them that's where you're going to be.
Oh.
I understand it's late and it's like 11:30, so we can pause it there because I am going to go find that guy and.
Right, we can definitely pause it.
Sean was.
Did you identify the items? Because you mentioned it twice, but you didn't actually say you were doing it.
I was. Ingue that came in, I'm like, Celeste is identifying this thing, and everyone went to sleep, and it's Celeste, so.
Right. For the last part of this, I'll tell you that you have identified it. And meanwhile, even though you've been grossly interrupted, just for the brevity, because I will forget if you haven't the information. The two stone daggers that are throwing stone daggers are not magical. The leather armor, the studded leather armor, is a +1.
Mm-hmm.
The book is not magical. The dagger is a dagger +2.
And it's made of stone?
Yes. And as you move one of the books around containing the stories of the Pixie King, it rattles.
Open it.
The book itself is a normal book. There's nothing in the book itself that looks out of the ordinary.
Oh, so it doesn't actually open.
Yeah, you open the book, and then you have all the pages. It just kind of rattles. Like something's inside it.
Very weird. I think it can only be opened a certain way.
It's a normal book. It's not magical.
But I still think that it can only be opened a certain way.
Yeah, that's fair. But for now, let's leave it there, and then we'll continue from here next Monday.
Did she identify the bag of holding? Is it a bag of holding?
It is a bag of holding.
It's
Yeah.
not cursed. None of these things are cursed, right?
No,
A bag
What
of
about
chomping and eating.
What about the fancy shoes?
they're not magical. They're just cool.
+1 to performance. Come on, give us something.
-5. So
No,
Minus
the
5%.
parasol gives
But
+1 to
+1 to
performance.
Yeah.
no.
That's
it's not good.
Drake's favorite thing now.
It's like nighttime and he's like walking with like his parasol, it's like spinning it over his shoulder.
I mean, theoretically, technically, it's not only afternoon right now. Because when you arrived, it was 10:30.
Oh, I thought we were there for ages.
I thought we stayed at the casino until like 9 p.m.
Oh, it wasn't. I mean, you were there for maybe a few hours, but still, even in that case, it would probably be around maybe 7 or 8 now. But we also had a long flight, so maybe it's just jet lag. Right.
All right.
Right, let's leave it there for tonight, and then we can continue on next week, and we can figure out which route you're going to take to get to Sean's farm. Let's do a little rolly to see. That's a shit roll.
11! Finally, a good roll!
I got a 5,
Got a 9.
Got a 19.
19.
Hey, there you go, 15.
19.
My rolls have been crazy tonight.
I will tell you that you don't know which rolls I've made, but I have rolled higher than you today.
Me?
Yeah.
Wow. At least I rolled when it counted.
Who did everyone sell their soul to get these really cool dice rolls?
Well, these dice are really, really good or
Give
really,
me their
really
number.
bad. No, you can't have them. My dice.
No, the number of the.
Sean, kill them.
Alrighty, you heard the hand.
No.
It's time for deathing.
Yep.
Let us find someone to raid.
I just have this image in my head of Drakic collapsed on the couch with this parasol popped up over him.
Yep.
Stinking like tequila.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the
He's
Emperor's
pitching
New
a parasol.
Groove, where like
Yeah.
Kronk has the tent.
Yeah. Brilliant.
That's fair.
Okay, so options who are playing now who are not reruns. We've got Dreaded GM.
Mhm.
We have Raging Rolls. So I should clarify, Dreaded GM are doing the Storm King's Thunder. Raging Rolls is doing Call of the Seven Rings. And there is Krub XD, we've done a few times as well, a Mythic Odyssey and Theros. And that seems to be the majority that are playing live. There's also Atticus 64 who are doing Mythic Odysseys Theros, which might be the same group as Krub XD, but just a different angle of the stream, actually. Yeah, it is.
Okay, in that case, let's do Raging Rolls because it's been a while since we've rated them.
Raging Rolls. All right, I didn't even
Raging Rolls.
remember we did or not. Raid.
Apparently rated them last month sometime, but it would have been almost 2 months ago now.
There you go. My memory, the best.
Awesome.
I have the mudlugs.
Alrighty.
Let's give these guys some love in chat. Chuck him a follow. Give him a monsters and raid him.
Monsters
Yeah.
and Mayhem.
All the love.
Thank you everyone for dropping in tonight.
Yeah.
See what I'll do to them next week.
Yeah.
Thanks for the gifted sub.
Yeah, thank you
Everything's
so
for the gifted
much.
sub.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rabbit.
All the love, all the follow, all the sub, all the
Love you
sandwiches.
guys.
And follow us on
You got a
Discord.
sandwich?
I guess I didn't get a sandwich.
Discord.
See
YouTube,
Hoping.
all that jazz.
I'm just putting it out there.
TikTok. Are we on TikTok?
We are on TikTok.
Yeah. TikTok,
Or on all the
YouTube, all the stuff.
All the tops. All the tucks.
All right. Rating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
guys.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Felicia.
Raid.
Done it.